Turkey controls 65% of the global UAV export market. They're not just building drones. They're developing hypersonic missile technology. You know what that makes them? A target. I'm talking about dropping Elephant. This APT group has been operating since 2015. You might know them as Patchwork or Quilted Tiger. They've spent a decade targeting diplomatic and government entities across Asia. But in July 2025, they set their sights on something bigger. Picture this. You're a defense contractor. You get an email about the International Conference on Unmanned Vehicle Systems. It's scheduled for July 28th to 29th, 2025, in Istanbul. Sounds legitimate, right? Here's what's at stake. Turkish contractors have access to precision-guided missile technology. They're working with hypersonic missile capabilities. They've got NATO standard defense technologies. That's the kind of information wars are fought over. So, here's the question that should keep you up at night. How do attackers choose their high-value targets in the defense industry? How do they know exactly who to approach? The answer lies in what happened when someone clicked that invitation. Someone clicked that invitation email. What they didn't see was the LNK file executing behind the scenes. The file name? Unmanned Vehicle Systems Conference 2025 in Istanbul, LNK. The SHA-256 hash, which you can see displayed here on screen. All right, folks. Here's where it gets technical. The PowerShell command's fired immediately, and I'm showing you that command on the screen right now. This isn't just some random code. The attackers were bypassing restrictions and suppressing progress indicators. They didn't want anyone to see what was happening. But here's what really tells you this wasn't some rushed operation. The domain expouav.org was registered on June 25, 2025. That's more than a month before the conference invitation went out. They built a perfect replica of the legitimate wasit.org conference website. Every detail matched. Every link looked authentic. You wouldn't have suspected anything. So, the LNK file started downloading from that prepared domain. Not one file, not two files. 5 separate files began hitting the compromised system. A PDF lure document, a legitimate VLC media player, a malicious DLL, a legitimate Windows task scheduler, and an encrypted shell code file. Each download looked routine. Each file appeared harmless on its own. That's the point. While the victim was probably reading through conference details or checking their calendar, this chain of files was quietly assembling in the background. The real attack hadn't even started yet. The PowerShell commands finished executing. The downloads completed. Everything went silent. But something was now waiting on that system. Something that would activate when the time was right. The attackers had spent months preparing this moment. Now they had their foothold. That VLC media player sitting on the compromised system, it was completely legitimate. The attackers had renamed it from Llama to VLC.exe. The SHA-256 hash, which I'm showing you here, proves it. Valid signature, clean reputation. Every security scanner would give it a green light. But here's what makes this attack brilliant. When VLC launches, it automatically looks for a file called libvlc.dll. That's how Windows programs work. They load supporting library files they need to run. The attackers knew this. They'd prepared their own libvlc.dll file. You can see the SHA-256 hash here, compiled on June 26, 2025. This is called DLL sideloading. You take a trusted, legitimate program. You give it a malicious library file with the exact name it's expecting. The trusted program loads your malicious code automatically. No warnings, no alerts, no suspicious behavior from the user's perspective. Think about it from a security standpoint. Your endpoint protection sees VLC media player launching. That's normal software behavior. It sees VLC loading a DLL file. That's also completely normal. But the DLL isn't what it appears to be. The legitimate VLC executable becomes the delivery mechanism for malicious code. The trusted application does exactly what it's supposed to do. It just happens to be carrying a passenger. Most security tools can't detect this technique. They're looking for obviously malicious executables. They're not analyzing every library file that legitimate programs load. The malicious libvlc.dll was now active on the system, connected to a trusted process, running with user permissions. The attackers had turned the victim's trust in legitimate software into their greatest weapon. Remember that legitimate task scheduler the attackers downloaded? They weren't done with their setup yet. The malicious DLL was now active, but it had one more job to do. It needed to make sure it would keep running even if the user rebooted their system or closed VLC. The attackers had renamed the Microsoft Task Scheduler from Dalai to winver.exe. The SHA-256 hash, which I'm showing you on screen here, confirms this is another completely legitimate Windows executable. Here's the PowerShell command that fired next, and I'm displaying it on the screen for you to see. Let me break that down for you. The system was creating a scheduled task called New Error Report. Sounds innocent, right? Like something Windows would run to collect crash reports. But this task was configured to launch VLC every single minute. Every 60 seconds, the legitimate VLC player would start up and load that malicious DLL we talked about. You restart your computer. The task survives. You kill VLC. It relaunches in under a minute. You try to clean your system? This scheduled task keeps bringing the malware back to life. The attackers had built themselves a resurrection mechanism, but they still had one more piece of their puzzle waiting, that encrypted shellcode file, vlc.log, with the SHA-256 hash that I'm showing you here on screen. 139.37 kilobytes of encrypted code just sitting there, waiting for the right moment, waiting for the decryption key to unlock whatever was hidden inside. The persistence engine was now running. The malicious DLL was loading every minute. The encrypted payload was ready. All they needed was the key. The decryption key finally arrived. Here's the key. I'm showing you on screen. That encrypted shellcode file we've been talking about? It just came alive. 139.37 kilobytes of malicious code unpacked itself into a fully functional x86 PE executable. But the attackers weren't done covering their tracks. They manipulated the file's timestamp to July 26th, 2024. Anti-Forensics 101. Make investigators think this malware's older than it actually is. The payload established a mutex, which you can see displayed here on screen. Sounds random, but it serves a purpose. Only one instance of this malware can run at a time. No conflicts, no crashes, no suspicious resource usage that might tip off the victim. Now here's where things get invasive. The malware started profiling the compromised system using getComputerNameW and getUsernameW, which are Windows API calls. The malware was learning exactly whose computer it had infected and what that computer was called on the network. Think about what that means for a defense contractor. Computer names often follow naming conventions that reveal department, project, or clearance level. Usernames can indicate job roles or responsibilities. But the real violation was just beginning. The malware activated its screenshot capability. Every few minutes, it was capturing whatever appeared on the victim's screen: emails, documents, CAD files, technical specifications, meeting notes. Those screenshots got saved as JPG files, compressed, organized, and prepared for transmission. Your most sensitive work was being photographed and packaged for someone else to review. Every presentation you opened, every document you read, every email you received about UAV technology or defense contracts. The sleeping giant wasn't just awake now. It was watching everything you did, recording everything you accessed, building a complete picture of your work, your projects, and your capabilities. The malware had full visibility into the victim's daily activities. Every classified briefing, every technical drawing, every communication about Turkish defense partnerships. Someone on the other side of the world now had a front row seat to one of Turkey's defense industry operations. Arctic Wolf Labs uncovered the campaign on July 23, 2025. They found the C2 communication and discovered the malware was talking to roseserve.org. This domain was registered on June 23, 2025. Another carefully prepared piece of infrastructure. But here's what caught their attention. The attackers had built roseserve.org to mimic partis.org.tr, which is a legitimate Turkish website. They copied the same layout, the same color scheme, and the same navigation structure. The domain was hosted on this IP address I'm showing you here, through Dedipath LLC. When investigators dug deeper, they found something interesting. The VPS was purchased through an Iranian reseller. That's operational security. Dropping Elephant might be attributed to Indian interests, but they weren't taking chances with attribution. They used Iranian infrastructure to muddy the waters. The C2 commands were simple, but effective. Command 3. Up3 told the malware to download and execute files, while Command 3SC3 triggered screenshot capture. All communication went through HTTP post requests to roseserve.org/post. No encryption, no advanced protocols, just basic HTTP traffic that would blend in with normal web browsing. But the timing told a bigger story. July 2025 wasn't random. Turkey and Pakistan had been strengthening defense cooperation throughout the summer, and India-Pakistan tensions were escalating. Someone wanted intelligence on Turkish defense capabilities right when geopolitical pressure was building. They wanted to know what technologies Turkey was sharing, what capabilities they were developing, and what partnerships they were forming. The 2-month preparation timeline, from domain registration in June to campaign discovery in July, showed this wasn't opportunistic. This was strategic intelligence gathering with specific geopolitical timing. The attackers had been watching, planning, and waiting for the right moment to strike at high-value targets in Turkey's defense sector. Arctic Wolf Labs made their assessment clear. Access to NATO standard defense technologies through Turkish contractors could provide valuable insights into Western military capabilities. That's why this target mattered. Their defensive recommendations were specific: network segmentation, endpoint detection and response systems, intrusion prevention and detection systems, secure email gateways, and enforcing least privilege at both user and network levels. But here's what makes this campaign part of something bigger. Dropping Elephant has been focusing on China-related foreign relations for years. Now they're expanding to NATO standard technologies. Defense contractors aren't just targets anymore. You're intelligence collection points for broader geopolitical operations. The technical indicators are out there for defenders. The SHA-256 hash, which I'm showing you on screen here, identifies the LNK file. The domains expo.ua v.org and roseserve.org serve as infrastructure. And there's the mutex value, displayed right here on screen. Dropping Elephant spent months building this operation. They registered domains, they compiled custom malware, and they thoroughly researched their targets. Your defense industry work makes you valuable to someone. The question isn't whether you'll be targeted. The question is whether you'll recognize it when it happens. March 2025. 5,300 routers compromised across 84 countries. The threat actor called themselves ViciousTrap. You've probably never heard of them. Neither had cybersecurity researchers until they started picking apart what happened to those Cisco small business routers. The ones sitting in offices, small businesses, home networks, devices you trust to just work. The vulnerability they exploited? CVE 2023-2118. Published April 13th, 2023. CVSS score of 7.2. High severity. Improper input validation that lets authenticated remote attackers execute arbitrary commands on your device. 6 specific models got hit. RV016, RV042, RV042G, RV082, RV320, and RV325. All Cisco small business routers that handle internet traffic for millions of users daily. Here's what made this different. ViciousTrap didn't just break in and steal data. They turned these routers into something else entirely. The vulnerability gave them authenticated access, and once they had that, they could run whatever commands they wanted on the device. The campaign started in March 2025, nearly 2 years after Cisco published the fix for CVE 2023-2118. But patches don't install themselves, and not everyone updates their firmware. Once ViciousTrap had authenticated access through that input validation flaw, they deployed something called NetGhost, a shell script that landed on those compromised routers through FTP GET command execution. The script didn't work alone. It pulled down a secondary payload, a MIPS compiled BU-GET binary. They compiled their tools specifically for the router's MIPS architecture. Then, NetGhost started scanning. Port 80, Port 8000, Port 8080. Systematic checks across each compromised device. The scanning wasn't random. It followed a specific sequence that suggested they were looking for something particular on those ports. The geographic spread told its own story. Of those 5,300 devices, 850 were concentrated in Macau alone. That's not coincidence. That's targeting. But here's what made NetGhost particularly sophisticated. It cleaned up after itself. The script executed remove commands to erase itself once it finished running. Most attack tools leave traces. NetGhost was designed to disappear. The port scanning continued across all those compromised devices. 3 specific ports. Always the same sequence. Always methodical. That port scanning wasn't just reconnaissance. It was preparation for what came next. ViciousTrap configured IP tables, NAT rules on each compromised router. The commands were specific, redirecting your traffic to port 80 to a specific IP address. Your traffic to port 80 wasn't going where you thought it was going. It was being redirected to this IP address. Port 8000 traffic went to the same IP. Port 8080 got redirected to a different IP address. Both IP addresses traced back to Malaysia. AS 45839. Shinjiru. Hosting. Your router was now an unwitting middleman, quietly rerouting your internet traffic through attacker-controlled servers. This is what's called an adversary-in-the-middle attack. You're trying to reach a website. Your router intercepts that request and sends it somewhere else first. The attacker's server processes your request, potentially logs everything, then forwards it to the real destination. The compromised devices weren't just infected. They were turned into traffic redirectors. Each one sent HTTP requests containing victim identifiers back to command and control servers. Every time you accessed port 80 on any service, your data was being secretly rerouted through Malaysian servers before reaching its intended destination. April 2025. ViciousTrap expanded their operation. This time they targeted ASUS GTAC 2900 routers. Different brand, different vulnerabilities, different approach entirely. They exploited two CVEs simultaneously. CVE 2021-3230, an authentication bypass that gave them unauthenticated access to the admin interface. No credentials needed. CVE 2023-39780, a command injection vulnerability that researchers first detected on March 18, 2025. The scale was massive. Over 9,500 additional ASUS devices got compromised. That's nearly double the Cisco campaign. But ViciousTrap didn't just replicate their Cisco tactics. On the ASUS devices, they established SSH access on TCP port 53282. This backdoor connected to something called an NVRAM backdoor, a way to maintain persistent access even after reboots. The technical approach was completely different. With Cisco, they used traffic redirection and NAT rules. With ASUS, they went straight for remote shell access and persistence mechanisms. Two router brands, two different exploitation methods, two different purposes. The authentication bypass on the ASUS devices meant ViciousTrap could walk right into the admin interface without any credentials. Once inside, the command injection vulnerability let them execute whatever they wanted on the device. Port 53282 became their private entrance. SSH access that bypassed normal security controls, linked directly to that NVRAM backdoor. Those compromised Cisco routers weren't just redirecting traffic for profit. They were honeypots. ViciousTrap had turned them into a global surveillance network. Every time another hacker tried to exploit one of those devices, ViciousTrap was watching, recording, learning. The traffic redirection wasn't about intercepting your banking details or social media passwords. It was about collecting zero-day exploits. When other threat actors targeted those same routers with unknown vulnerabilities, ViciousTrap captured their methods in real time. Hackers spying on hackers. The ASUS devices served a different purpose entirely. While the Cisco routers functioned as surveillance tools, the ASUS compromises were building a botnet. That SSH backdoor on port 53282 wasn't for observation. It was for control. Then researchers found the GobRat connection, overlapping infrastructure between ViciousTrap's campaign and a Golang-based rat that's been targeting Linux routers since, 2023. Same IP addresses, same hosting patterns. GobRat's code contained Chinese language comments, variable names in Chinese characters, error messages that only made sense to Chinese speakers. The infrastructure misdirection, well, it suddenly made sense. Malaysian servers routing traffic to Taiwan and the USA, carefully avoiding China, despite the evidence pointing to Chinese-speaking operators. ViciousTrap wasn't just another cybercriminal group. They were running a sophisticated intelligence operation, using compromised consumer devices to monitor the global hacking ecosystem, while simultaneously building attack infrastructure through a separate botnet campaign. The traffic redirection patterns revealed something crucial. Those Malaysian servers weren't just hosting the infrastructure. They were strategically routing compromised traffic to Taiwan and the USA. Cybersecurity researchers started connecting the dots when they mapped the full infrastructure. Additional IP addresses emerged, all following the same hosting pattern, all carefully avoiding Chinese networks. The GobRat overlap wasn't just shared code. It was shared infrastructure. The same IP addresses ViciousTrap used for their router campaign had been hosting GobRat command and control servers since, 2023. Same hosting provider, same geographic misdirection. This wasn't coincidence. This was operational security. Despite the Chinese language artifacts in GobRat's code, despite the variable names written in Chinese characters, the network traffic deliberately avoided routing through China. Malaysian hosting redirecting to Taiwan and American servers created a false trail that obscured the true origin. The researchers pieced together the timeline. GobRat targeting Linux routers starting in 2023. ViciousTrap's Cisco campaign, launching in March 2025. The ASUS expansion in April 2025. All using the same infrastructure blueprint. All employing the same geographic misdirection tactics. The choice of AS 45839 Shinjiru hosting wasn't random. It provided plausible deniability. Malaysian servers could route traffic anywhere in the Asia-Pacific region without raising immediate suspicion about Chinese involvement. Each compromised device became a node in this misdirection network. Router traffic flowing through Malaysia to Taiwan and the USA, creating digital breadcrumbs that led investigators away from the actual source. ViciousTrap's campaign extended far beyond those two router brands. They targeted over 50 different manufacturers. D-Link, Linksys, QNAP, Arachnus networks. The list kept growing as researchers traced the infrastructure. The devices weren't just routers either. SSL VPNs, DVRs, BMC controllers. SOHO equipment that businesses rely on but rarely think about once it's installed and working. The targeting pattern became clear. ViciousTrap systematically focused on end-of-life devices and unpatched systems. Equipment that manufacturers no longer support with security updates. Devices running firmware that will never get patched. The forensic evasion capabilities made investigation difficult. Those remove commands didn't just clean up NetGhost. They executed across the entire campaign, removing traces of compromise after the initial exploitation succeeded. Cybersecurity advisories identified specific indicators of compromise for network monitoring. The IP addresses that kept appearing should be blocked at network perimeters. The mitigation steps were straightforward, but required immediate action. Patch CVE 2023-2118 and CVE 2021-3230 on affected devices. Monitor network traffic for anomalies on ports 80, 8000, and 8080. Check for unauthorized IP tables, NAT rule configurations. But the broader issue remained. Thousands of end-of-life devices across global networks, running firmware that will never receive security updates. Each one a potential entry point for the next ViciousTrap campaign. The self-removal capabilities that execute post-exploitation continue to complicate forensic analysis. Evidence disappears before investigators can examine it.
one of the largest illegal television show streaming services known as Jetflicks.
Jetflicks.
Las Vegas, 2019. Christopher Lee Dahlman ran something bigger than Netflix. His operation, called Jetflicks, housed 183,285 TV episodes, plus 10,500 movies. You could watch anything that had ever aired on television. Netflix had their catalog. Hulu had theirs. Vudu, Amazon Prime, they all had their content libraries. But Dahlman's collection dwarfed them all. Combined. We're talking about 12 years of building this thing. Starting in 2007, he constructed what prosecutors would later call the largest internet piracy case by infringement amount to ever go to trial. Think about that for a second. Every major streaming service, beaten by one guy operating out of Nevada. Jetflicks wasn't some weekend hobby. This was an empire that took over a decade to build. The kind of operation that made legitimate streaming platforms look small. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You need to understand how Dahlman pulled this off. The technical systems, the global reach, the automated processes running around the clock. Because what he built wasn't just big. Here's how Dahlman actually did it. Automated scripts ran around the clock. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. These programs crawled through global pirate sites like the Pirate Bay, hunting for fresh content. The moment a TV show hit the airwaves, Dahlman's system knew about it. His scripts would download the episodes automatically with no human intervention needed. The content got processed and stored on servers scattered across the United States and Canada. Speed was everything in this business. While legitimate streaming services waited weeks or months for licensing deals, Jetflicks subscribers got their shows the day after they aired on television. Think about that timeline. A show airs on Monday night, and by Tuesday it's available on Jetflicks. But Dahlman didn't run this alone. He built a team with specific roles. Management handled the business side. Programmers wrote the custom scripts that made everything work. Website designers kept the platform looking clean and functional. Technical support dealt with subscriber issues. Content acquisition specialists identified new sources and optimized the collection process. This wasn't some guy in his basement clicking download buttons. The operation served tens of thousands of subscribers across every device you can think of. Phones, tablets, computers, streaming boxes, smart TVs. The whole system fed content from Canadian and American servers to users everywhere. Custom-developed scripts gave Jetflicks its edge over every legitimate competitor. While Netflix negotiated with studios, Dahlman's automated army just took what it wanted. The FBI started noticing patterns. Every major television program in America was getting pirated within hours of broadcast. Every single one. CBS, NBC, ABC, Fox. Their content appeared on Jetflicks faster than they could track it. This wasn't random theft. Someone had built a machine that consumed everything. Federal investigators realized they needed help. The operation crossed borders, and those Canadian servers meant working with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. International copyright theft required international cooperation. The FBI tracked financial flows, following the money from subscribers back to the operation's core. Bank accounts, payment processors, cryptocurrency transactions. Every dollar left a trail. Meanwhile, the DOJ's CCIPS cybercrime lab focused on the technical side. IP monitoring revealed the network of servers hosting all that content. Digital forensics specialists dissected the automated systems, mapping how everything connected. You have to understand, this investigation took years. 12 years, actually. From the moment Dahlman started building his empire until the FBI finally moved in 2019. The investigators weren't just chasing one guy downloading movies. They were tracking a business that had systematically targeted every major copyright holder in the country. Disney, Warner Bros., NBC Universal, Sony. The victim list read like a directory of American entertainment. Each piece of evidence led to more questions. How did the automation work? Who programmed the scripts? Where did the money go? How many people were involved? The RCMP provided crucial intelligence about the Canadian server infrastructure. The FBI mapped the American side. Together, they built a complete picture of how Jetflicks actually operated. By 2019, they had enough evidence to shut it down. But gathering evidence and proving a case in court? Well, those are two different things entirely. After the shutdown, Dalman thought he might walk away clean. He was wrong. In June 2024, a federal courthouse in Nevada hosted a 14-day trial that would decide everything. 5 men sat at the defendant's table, facing charges that could destroy their lives. Christopher Lee Dalman led the group, the mastermind who built the whole operation from nothing. Peter H. Huber sat beside him, then Jared Edward Jarecki, Felipe Garcia, and Douglas M. Corson. Each man had played a role in keeping Jetflicks running for over a decade. Now they faced a jury that would determine their fate. But Dalman carried extra weight. The government hit him with money laundering charges on top of criminal copyright infringement. While his co-defendants faced piracy allegations, prosecutors painted Dalman as someone who turned stolen content into a financial empire. The numbers told the story. Government experts calculated $37.5 million in estimated infringement value. That's what copyright holders lost while Jetflicks operated. You have to understand what this meant. Every episode downloaded, every movie streamed, every subscriber fee collected. The government added it all up and presented the total to 12 jurors. The prosecution methodically walked through the evidence. Financial records showing money flowing through the operation. Technical logs proving the automated systems worked exactly as investigators claimed, and subscriber databases revealing the true scope of the business. Defense attorneys tried to minimize their clients' roles. They argued about technical details and legal definitions. They questioned the damage calculations and challenged the evidence collection methods. None of it mattered. After 14 days of testimony, the jury convicted all 5 defendants. Every single charge stuck. But conviction was just the beginning. The real consequences would come at sentencing in May 2025. Dalman faced decades in federal prison. His empire was gone. His freedom hung on a judge's decision. The walls had closed completely. In May 2025, the federal courthouse in Nevada delivered its verdict. Christopher Lee Dalman would spend 84 months in federal prison, 7 years of his life gone. The judge made it clear that Dalman was the ringleader. He built the empire, he ran the operation, and he faced the heaviest consequences. But his co-defendants got different treatment entirely. Peter H. Huber received 18 months. Still serious time, but nothing compared to what Dalman was facing. Jared Edward Jarecki got time served with conditions. He'd already spent enough months behind bars waiting for trial, so the judge let him walk with supervision. Felipe Garcia and Douglas M. Corson caught probation with short prison terms. Their roles were smaller, and their sentences reflected that reality. You can see the hierarchy in those numbers. The judge understood exactly who did what in this operation. Dalman had orchestrated everything for 12 years. He made the big decisions, took the biggest risks, and collected the most money. His 84-month sentence wasn't random. It reflected his position at the top of an organization that systematically stole content from every major entertainment company in America. The courtroom was quiet when the judge announced those 7 years. Dalman had built something that dwarfed Netflix, and now he'd spend nearly a decade in federal prison because of it. This was the moment everything came together. 12 years of building an empire, 5 years of investigation, 14 days of trial testimony. All of it led to this single moment, a federal judge handing down sentences that matched each man's role in the largest internet piracy operation to ever face trial. Dahlman's empire was officially over. But Dahlman's crew wasn't the only target. Yoni Vaillant got convicted separately in November 2024. His case moved through the courts on its own timeline, with his sentencing scheduled for September 2025. The judge still hadn't decided Vaillant's fate, while the others were already serving their time. July 2025 brought the final judgments for the main Jetflicks operators. The legal proceedings that started with the 2019 shutdown were officially closed. 12 years of operation, 6 years of investigation and prosecution, all wrapped up in those final court documents. Meanwhile, the enforcement continued elsewhere. In December 2024, the Alliance for Creativity and Entertainment moved against Marquee Streams, seizing 138 domains in one coordinated strike. BestSolaris.com went dark. StreamEast.to disappeared. The entire network vanished overnight. You're seeing the pattern now. Jetflicks wasn't an isolated case. Law enforcement agencies kept targeting these operations using the same methods that brought down Dahlman's empire. Financial tracking, technical analysis, international cooperation. The investigative techniques that worked against Jetflicks became the playbook for taking down other piracy networks. The FBI knew how to follow the money now. The RCMP understood the server infrastructure. The DOJ's cybercrime specialists could dissect the automated systems. Vaillant still waited for his sentence. The Marquee Streams operators faced their own legal battles. But the Jetflicks chapter was closed. You pay premium prices for Dior and Louis Vuitton because they promise exclusivity, quality, and prestige. But here's what happened to customers across the United States, United Kingdom, South Korea, China, Turkey, Italy, Sweden, Australia, and Hong Kong. The brands you trusted most failed to protect what matters most. Chinese customers were scrolling through Xiaohongshu when they started getting breach notifications. They thought it was spam. Reuters reported people dismissing the messages as scams, but the hackers had everything. Full names, contact details, physical addresses, dates of birth, passport numbers, social security numbers. Everything you need to steal someone's identity was sitting there, just waiting. You think you're buying from Dior or Louis Vuitton directly. But your personal data travels through third-party vendor systems you never see. You never agreed to share information with these companies. You don't even know they exist. These invisible networks create vulnerabilities in places you can't monitor or control. Your data sits in databases you'll never hear about until something goes wrong. The luxury retail network spans continents. Your information flows between systems in countries you've never visited. Each connection point creates another way in for people who shouldn't be there. Dior got breached on January 26, 2025. They didn't know about it until May 7, 2025. 3 months and 11 days of invisible data theft. Nobody watching. Nobody noticing. Just criminals quietly copying customer records while business continued as normal. So what was stolen? The same personal details we talked about earlier. But now we know how long attackers had access to browse through everything. Think about that timeline. January through May. An entire business quarter. How many shopping sessions? How many new customer accounts? How much data got copied during those months when nobody was watching? Dior scrambled when they finally figured out what happened. They launched internal investigations, brought in what they called leading third-party cybersecurity experts. Too late, though. The damage was done months earlier. South Korea got their breach notification on May 14th, 2025. That was 1 week after Dior discovered the problem. But Korean regulators weren't happy about the delay. The Korea Internet and Security Agency expected faster reporting. You know? They have rules about this stuff. Companies that don't follow the timeline face fines up to 30 million won. That's about $21,180. Not exactly devastating for a luxury brand worth billions, but it shows how regulatory teeth don't match the bite needed for breaches this size. Dior was facing legal trouble for failing to report properly. The timeline mattered to Korean authorities, even if the fine didn't. Hong Kong hit different. Reuters reported 419,000 Louis Vuitton customers got compromised there alone. That's just one city, one brand, one piece of what was happening globally. The Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data launched investigations. They wanted answers about how customer information spanning multiple countries got exposed through these connected systems. This wasn't just about individual stores or regional databases. Louis Vuitton Moet. Hennessy's international operations had created vulnerability networks that crossed every border. When one part got compromised, the exposure rippled through connected systems worldwide. July 16th, 2025. Customers across continents started getting breach notifications simultaneously. Louis Vuitton confirmed the multi-country impact was real. You wake up in London, check your email, breach notification. Someone in Seoul opens their phone, same message. Turkey, Italy, Sweden, everyone getting the same bad news at the same time. That coordination wasn't an accident. It showed how deeply interconnected these luxury retail systems really are. Your data in Hong Kong connects to servers in Europe. Purchase histories flow between countries you've never even visited. The infrastructure that makes global luxury shopping seamless also makes global data theft possible. The same networks that let you buy a purse in Tokyo and have it shipped to New York also let criminals access customer records across multiple jurisdictions with one successful breach. Louis Vuitton Moet. Hennessy's business model depends on this connectivity. Stores worldwide accessing the same customer databases, inventory systems sharing information between continents, marketing data flowing wherever the company operates. Every connection point creates another entry path for attackers who know how to exploit these international networks. Louis Vuitton discovered their breach on July 2, 2025. They found what they called suspicious activities in their systems. What kind of suspicious activities? Well, they didn't say, but whatever triggered their investigation was enough to uncover a massive customer data compromise. 2 weeks later, on July 16th, customers worldwide got those simultaneous breach notifications we talked about earlier. The UK, South Korea, Turkey, Italy, Sweden, all at once. Then July 21st, 2025 happened. Dior sent breach notifications to US customers just 5 days after Louis Vuitton's global announcement. You start seeing the pattern here. January breach at Dior, discovered in May. July breach at Louis Vuitton, discovered the same month. Both companies sending customer notifications within days of each other in July. Here's what makes this really interesting. Both brands operate under the same corporate umbrella. Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy owns both Dior and Louis Vuitton. Same parent company, same corporate infrastructure. Two sister companies getting compromised within months of each other? That's not coincidence. Someone was targeting this luxury conglomerate systematically. But what were those suspicious activities that tipped off Louis Vuitton's security team? Network traffic anomalies? Unusual database queries? Failed login attempts? The detection method matters because it shows how long attackers might have been inside before anyone noticed. Louis Vuitton found their breach faster than Dior did. Same parent company, but different response times. Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy was facing coordinated attacks across their entire brand portfolio. The question wasn't whether other brands were at risk. The question was, which ones had already been compromised without knowing it yet? Shiny Hunters was behind both breaches. They were the ones behind the Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy incidents. This group has been active since 2020, and they don't just target luxury brands. AT&T learned about Shiny Hunters the hard way when 70 million customer records were stolen. Ticketmaster got hit even worse, with 560 million records compromised. Shiny Hunters operates at massive scale. They know how to stay hidden inside networks for months, and they know exactly which data has real value on criminal markets. But here's how they actually got into Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy's systems. They didn't attack Dior or Louis Vuitton directly. Instead, Shiny Hunters breached a third-party vendor's database. This is how they gained access to customer information across both brands. Think about what that means. You shop at Dior, and your data gets stored by some vendor company you've never heard of. That vendor probably handles data processing for multiple Louis Vuitton Moet Hennessy brands. Maybe inventory management, maybe customer analytics, maybe payment processing support. One successful vendor compromise gives attackers access to customer data from every brand that company services. That's why both Dior and Louis Vuitton got hit. Same vendor, same vulnerability, same criminal group with the patience to exploit it properly. Supply chain attacks work because nobody expects the weak link to be some background company handling data flows. You trust Dior and Louis Vuitton, but you can't evaluate the security practices of vendors you don't even know exist. French police moved on this and arrested 5 breach forum operators. Shiny Hunters members were among those taken down. But others remain at large. The group is still active, still targeting companies through vendor networks, still operating from locations where French authorities can't reach them. Korea's penalty for Dior's reporting failures shows you just how broken the regulatory response really is. Article 48, Paragraph 3 of the Information and Communications Network Act. That's what carries the fine we mentioned earlier. But here's the thing. Compare that penalty to the actual damage. Millions of customers across multiple countries got their personal data stolen, and Korean authorities focused on notification timing instead of the actual breach itself. Hong Kong's Privacy Commissioner investigation into Louis Vuitton centers on notification delays too. Reuters reported they're examining why customers didn't get warned faster about their compromised information. You see the pattern here, right? Regulators across different jurisdictions are treating paperwork violations as the main problem. Late notifications get all the attention, while actual data theft gets treated as inevitable. Each country has different rules, different timelines, different penalty structures. Shiny Hunters exploited vendor networks that cross all these borders, but regulatory responses stay trapped within individual jurisdictions. The fines don't match the harm. The investigations focus on compliance procedures instead of prevention. Companies face more scrutiny for reporting delays than for the security failures that enabled the breaches in the first place. Meanwhile, customer data sits exposed in criminal databases. Dior's solution? Complimentary credit monitoring through Experian Identity Works. They're offering 24 months of monitoring services, and you have until October 31st, 2025 to sign up. That's their response to identity theft affecting millions of customers worldwide. A temporary monitoring service with an expiration date. Louis Vuitton offered similar protection measures. These are band-aid solutions for problems that don't heal in 2 years. Your stolen personal information doesn't disappear when the free monitoring expires. The supply chain vulnerabilities that enabled these attacks remain unchanged. There are no systemic fixes to vendor security assessments, no new requirements for third-party database protection. The same networks that got compromised are still processing customer data right now. Your information sits in vendor databases you'll never know about. Same risk, same invisibility, same lack of control over who handles your personal details. Both companies emphasize that payment details weren't compromised. No bank account information, no payment card data. But that misses the point. Full names, addresses, birth dates, passport numbers, social security numbers. That's everything needed for identity theft. Credit card fraud gets detected quickly, but identity theft can take years to discover and decades to fix. The vendor networks that connect luxury brands across continents continue operating exactly as they did before. Same security practices, same oversight gaps, same opportunities for groups like shiny hunters to exploit weak links in systems you can't see. While some breach forum operators sit in French custody, others remain active. The infrastructure that made these breaches possible hasn't changed. America's nuclear weapons agency got hacked again. 5 years after SolarWinds, we're back here. The National Nuclear Security Administration manages our nuclear weapons stockpile. They handle Navy submarine reactors. They respond to radiological emergencies and transport nuclear weapons. You'd think these facilities would be air-gapped from the internet. You'd be wrong. Department of Energy Press Secretary Ben Diederich confirmed it on July 18th. He revealed that the exploitation of a Microsoft SharePoint Zero-Day vulnerability had begun affecting the Department of Energy, including the National Nuclear Security Administration. SharePoint, the workplace software you probably use every day. The platform where you collaborate on documents and manage projects. Chinese state-sponsored hackers turned it into a weapon. They called their attack chain Tool Shell, targeting CVE 2025-49704 and CVE 2025-49706. Here's the timeline that should keep you awake at night. May 17th, 2025. Security researchers demonstrate the vulnerability at Pwn2Own Berlin. Then, on July 18th, 2025, a nuclear breach is confirmed. So, yeah, it took just 2 months from academic research to a nuclear compromise. The attackers didn't need months of planning or, some complex infrastructure. They just needed one request. Din Ho An Koa had no idea he was about to arm Chinese hackers. The researcher from Viettel Cybersecurity walked onto the stage at Pwn2Own Berlin on May 17, 2025. His target? SharePoint. His weapon? An exploit chain he called Tool Shell. Now, Pwn2Own isn't your typical hacking conference. It's really all about competitive cybersecurity research, where researchers actually get paid to break things in controlled environments. The goal is to find vulnerabilities before the bad guys do. Koa found 2 vulnerabilities. They'd later become CVE 2025-49704 and CVE 2025-49706. So, here's how academic research turns into a weapon. Koa demonstrates his exploit in Berlin. Microsoft gets the details. They work on patches. And then they publish those CVE records on July 8th, 2025. CVE 2025-49704 got a CVSS score of 8.8, which means remote code execution. CVE 2025-49706 scored 6.5 for network spoofing. The research community honestly got super excited. Just 6 days after Microsoft published those CVE records, Code White reproduced the attack. They posted on X. We have reproduced Tool Shell, the unauthenticated exploit chain for CVE 2025-49706 plus CVE 2025-49704, used by the researcher I'm showing you here, to pop SharePoint at hashtag Pwn2Own Berlin 2025. It's really just one request. One request. That phrase would haunt security teams worldwide. Microsoft said no active exploitation had been observed. The research community celebrated another successful disclosure. Meanwhile, Chinese state hackers were already moving. The vulnerability chain worked against Microsoft. SharePoint Enterprise Server 2016, 2019, and SharePoint Server Subscription Edition. They had everything they needed. Here's the part that changes everything. The attackers were already exploiting on July 7, 2025. Microsoft published those CVE records on July 8th. They had a head start. Microsoft's analysis later confirmed it. Threat actors were already attempting to exploit the vulnerabilities as early as this date, before the CVEs were even published. The Unit 42 managed threat hunting team found 3 distinct attack variations on July 17th. Each one targeted the same SharePoint endpoint, which I'm showing you here on screen. The HTTP referer always showed this same SharePoint tool pane endpoint shown here. That's how you could spot them in your logs. Here's what happened when they got in. The IIS process worker, that's w3wp.exe, would execute base 64 encoded PowerShell commands. Those commands created a web shell called spinstall0.aspx. The file path was always the same, as you can see displayed here. But that was just the beginning. The primary web shell had one job steal validation key and decryption key from SharePoint's machine key configuration. This is view state manipulation. Once they had those cryptographic keys, they could forge authentication tokens. They could bypass security controls you thought were protecting you. Checkpoint found exploitation traces dating back to July 7th. Organizations were already compromised before they knew they were vulnerable. That's the reality of modern threat intelligence. The attackers aren't just ahead of the patches. They're ahead of the disclosure. You're playing catch-up before you even know the game started. iSecurity in the Netherlands saw it first, July 18th, 2025. Their customer's EDR system lit up with an alert. A suspicious process tied to an uploaded malicious .aspx file was launched. That was the first real glimpse anyone had of the campaign's scale. iSecurity's initial report said 54 organizations were compromised. Then they kept digging, and the numbers kept growing. 85 compromised SharePoint servers. Then they clustered those into 148 organizations. The final count hit 400-plus servers infected with malware. CTO Piet Kerkhoffs put it bluntly. Most of them already compromised for some time already. CISA moved fast. On July 20th, they added CVE 2025 53770 to their Known Exploited Vulnerabilities catalog. Federal agencies got a one-day deadline to patch or disconnect. One day. That's how urgent this was. Acting Executive Assistant Director Chris Butera explained the response, saying, CISA was made aware of the exploitation by a trusted partner, and we reached out to Microsoft immediately to take action. Checkpoint's analysis revealed the geographic scope, showing dozens of government, telecommunications, and technology organizations across North America and Western Europe. The confirmed victims started surfacing. U.S. Education Department, Florida Department of Revenue, Rhode Island General Assembly, international targets too. You had defenders finally catching up to an attack that had been running for weeks. But catching up meant realizing how deep the compromise already went. The race wasn't just about patching anymore. It was about stopping deeper infiltration across hundreds of infected servers. Most organizations didn't even know they were in the race yet. July 18th wasn't just one breach, it was 3 catastrophes happening at once. That morning, the National Nuclear Security Administration breach got confirmed. iSecurity detected their massive campaign, and then Microsoft discovered something much worse. The attackers had bypass variants. Even if you patched the original vulnerabilities, they could still get in. Microsoft found CVE 2025-53770 on July 19th, with a CVSS score of 9.8. This was a deserialization vulnerability. They also found CVE 2025-53771 with a score of 6.5, which was a path traversal vulnerability. The attackers were systematically bypassing every defense. They sent post requests to multiple SharePoint endpoints. They circumvented MFA and SSO protections. They manipulated view state using tools like Why So Serial. Here's the timeline that breaks everything. July 18th. The campaign launches at scale. July 20th. The nuclear agency gets compromised. 72 hours from mass exploitation to nuclear breach. Unit 42. Put it plainly. Attackers are bypassing identity controls, including multi-factor authentication and single sign-on, to gain privileged access. The web shells weren't just stealing files. They were harvesting what they called validation keys, decryption keys, and the compatibility mode of the server, which are needed to forge view state encryption keys. Microsoft discovered the bypass techniques before most organizations could even deploy the original patches. You had defenders racing to fix vulnerabilities that were already obsolete. 3 Chinese state-sponsored groups were running this operation. Linen Typhoon has been active since 2012, focusing on intellectual property theft. Violet Typhoon started in 2015, conducting espionage against government and non-governmental organizations. Storm 2603 is the newest player, with what intelligence agencies call a medium confidence assessment. Each group brought different capabilities. Each group had different targets, but they all exploited the same fundamental weakness. SharePoint's deep integration with Microsoft's ecosystem meant a compromise didn't stay contained. It opened the door to entire networks. The perfect storm wasn't just about timing. It was about systematic failure across multiple layers of security that were supposed to protect our most sensitive facilities. By July 20th, the attackers had shown they could bypass patches faster than defenders could deploy them. CISA wasn't done. On July 22nd, they added the original vulnerabilities to their KEV catalog. CVE 2025-49706 and CVE 2025-49704 joined the bypass variant. They also issued a harsh directive: disconnect public-facing SharePoint servers that had reached end of life or end of service from the internet. No exceptions. Microsoft released comprehensive patches with specific KB numbers. There was Security Update KB for SharePoint Server Subscription Edition, for SharePoint Server 2019, and for SharePoint Enterprise Server 2016. But patches weren't enough. Organizations had to rotate their machine keys using set SP machine key and update SP machine key PowerShell commands. The forensic analysis mapped the attacks to 5 MITRE techniques. T1190 for exploiting public-facing applications. T1059.001 for PowerShell execution. T1505.003 for web shells. T1620 for reflective code loading, and T1119 for automated collection. Each Chinese group had specific operational patterns. Linen Typhoon targeted government, defense, strategic planning, and human rights organizations. Violet Typhoon went after former government and military personnel, non-governmental organizations, and think tanks. Storm 2603 deployed Warlock and Lockbit ransomware. Unit 42 delivered the sobering verdict: patching alone is insufficient to fully evict the threat. The view state manipulation capabilities meant persistent access even after patches were applied. The damage assessment was complete. The cleanup would take months. SharePoint's deep integration with Microsoft's platform is the real problem here. Unit 42 explained it clearly, and I quote, What makes these vulnerabilities especially concerning is SharePoint's deep integration with Microsoft's platform. A compromise in this situation doesn't stay contained. It opens the door to the entire network. If you have SharePoint on premises exposed to the internet, Unit 42 has stark advice, and I'm quoting them directly. You should assume that you have been compromised. Edwin Lyman from the Union of Concerned Scientists put the nuclear angle in perspective. He's the director of nuclear power safety there, and here's what he told us. While the National Nuclear Security Administration possesses some of the most highly restricted and dangerous information in the world, the networks where classified information are stored are isolated from the internet. But there are other categories of information that are sensitive but unclassified, that may be treated with less care and might have been exposed. The problem isn't just SharePoint, though. It's integrated software ecosystems creating supply chain vulnerabilities. Microsoft tried to address this with AMSI integration, which they say was enabled by default in the September 2023 security update, to stop unauthenticated attackers from exploiting this vulnerability. But Unit 42's final assessment tells you everything about the current state. They describe high-impact, ongoing threat activity demonstrating the rapid adoption of these exploits against unpatched systems. The integration that makes SharePoint useful in your workplace is exactly what makes it dangerous when compromised. The same connections that help you collaborate also help attackers move laterally through your network. That's the trade-off we're living with. Picture this moment. You're part of one of the most notorious cybercrime syndicates in history. Then your bosses shut everything down in June 2022. The Conti operation just vanishes overnight. But you don't disappear. You evolve. That's exactly what happened when Royal Ransomware emerged from the ashes. These weren't random criminals starting fresh. They were Conti Team 1, the elite crew that had been running quantum ransomware since January 2022. Yelisi Bohuslawski from RedSense put it perfectly when he called Royal, and I quote, "The direct heir of Conti, comprising over 60 pen testers either from Conti's old guard or recruited from various elite ransomware groups. We're talking about disciplined teams here, 4 to 5 individuals each, all loyal to their leadership structure, the admin and chief engineer. Here's what makes them different. Most ransomware groups operate like franchises. They sell their tools to affiliates. Royal keeps everything in-house. Private group, no outsiders. They started by using encryptors from other operations like Alpha and Black Cat. Then they developed their own proprietary tools. This is organized crime with a corporate structure, and they're about to prove just how effective that model can be." You get an email about a food delivery subscription you never signed up for, or maybe it's software you don't remember buying. The charge looks real, $40 a month. There's a phone number to cancel. You call it. That's when everything goes wrong. Vitaly Kremez from Advintel broke down their method perfectly. Royal uses targeted callback phishing attacks. They impersonate food delivery companies and software providers. The emails look like subscription renewals. Here's the genius part. You call them. You're the one making contact. When you dial that number, you're not talking to customer service. You're talking to a Royal operator who's been trained in voice-based social engineering. They sound helpful, professional. They want to help you cancel that subscription. But first, they need you to install some software so they can process the refund properly. Microsoft Quick Assist. Sounds legitimate, right? It's a real Microsoft tool. You install it, you give them remote access to your computer, and suddenly they're inside your network. The voice-based approach bypasses every technical defense you have. Your firewall can't stop a phone call. Your antivirus doesn't scan conversations. Once they're in through Quick Assist, they deploy Cobalt Strike. That's when lateral movement begins, and they start exploring your network from the inside. Kremez also noted they're creative with other entry points. They've exploited vulnerabilities in custom web applications, when the callback method doesn't work. The psychological manipulation is perfect. They're using your desire to protect your money against you. Here's where the numbers get insane. By November 2023, Royal had demanded $275 million total from their victims. By August 2024, that number hit over $500 million. We're not talking about small-time operations anymore. Individual ransom demands range from $1 million to $10 million. The largest single demand they made, $60 million. But money is just part of the story. Let me tell you about CDK Global. Over 15,000 car dealerships across North America were all forced back to pen and paper operations because their IT systems went dark. BlackSuit was confirmed as the group behind this massive outage. Think about that for a second. You walk into a Toyota dealership in Chicago. They can't access anything electronic. No inventory systems, no financing tools, no customer records. All because of Royal's evolution. Speaking of evolution, September 2023 marked a major transformation. Royal accomplished a full rebrand into BlackSuit. They didn't just change names, they dismantled their entire Royal infrastructure. According to primary source intelligence, they also reorganized during the rebrand. The group structure became more corporate, more similar to their Conti origins. Here's their perfected model. They encrypt your data, they steal it first. Then they threaten DDoS attacks, if you don't pay. The FBI and CISA confirmed in their August 2024 advisory that BlackSuit shares numerous coding similarities with Royal. But here's the key part. They exhibited improved capabilities. All ransom demands come exclusively in Bitcoin. No exceptions. Each success makes them stronger. Each payment funds better tools and more sophisticated attacks. June 2023. Royal makes a mistake that changes everything. They attack the city of Dallas, Texas. Local governments are different from private companies. They have resources, they have connections, and they don't quietly negotiate ransoms. Dallas brought heat. Real law enforcement pressure. The kind that makes criminal organizations nervous about their long-term survival. That pressure started building after the Dallas attack. But here's the thing about law enforcement. They're always reacting to what already happened. March 2023, the FBI had issued an advisory about Royal. Classic government response. Document the threat after it's already established. By then, Royal had been operating for over a year. The criminals saw this pattern. Law enforcement studying their past attacks while they planned future evolution. So they started experimenting. Bowislavsky noted that Royal's experiment with the BlackSuit locker didn't appear to go well initially. They were testing waters, learning what worked. Bleeping Computer confirmed at least 3 early BlackSuit attacks. Ransoms under $1 million each. Small-scale testing compared to their usual demands. But they kept improving. Trend Micro identified specific code similarities between Royal and BlackSuit. Command line arguments, file exclusions. The technical DNA remained consistent even as the branding changed. Each iteration taught them something new. Each law enforcement response showed them where the pressure points were. The Dallas attack proved they needed better operational security. The BlackSuit experiments proved they could successfully rebrand while maintaining capabilities. By the time law enforcement caught up to Royal, the criminals were already becoming something else. July 24th, 2025. Law enforcement finally stops playing catch-up. This wasn't another advisory about threats we already knew about. This was something completely different. Operation Checkmate launched simultaneously across multiple continents. U.S. Homeland Security investigations led the charge, but they weren't working alone. 10 agencies coordinated in real time. U.S. Homeland Security investigations, U.S. Secret Service, Dutch National Police, German State Criminal Police Office, UK National Crime Agency, Frankfurt General Prosecutor's Office, Justice Department, Ukrainian Cyber Police, Europol, and Romanian cybersecurity company Bitdefender. Picture that level of coordination. 10 different agencies across multiple countries, all moving at exactly the same moment. The U.S. Department of Justice confirmed what happened next, stating the authorities involved in the action executed a court-authorized seizure of the BlackSuit domains. Not just one domain, not just one country. Simultaneous seizures worldwide. BlackSuit's dark web infrastructure went dark. Their payment sites, their communication channels, their victim shaming pages, everything seized at once. Then came the message that changed everything. If you tried to visit any BlackSuit domain, you would see this exact message displayed on your screen. This site has been seized by U.S. Homeland Security investigations as part of a coordinated international law enforcement investigation. For years, these criminals had stayed ahead by constantly evolving. They counted on law enforcement being slow, reactive, always one step behind. But this time was different. Law enforcement matched their sophistication with coordination they'd never seen before. The seizure banners weren't just taking down websites. They were sending a message to every ransomware group watching. This is what happens when the good guys fight back with equal organization. Court-authorized seizures across international jurisdictions. 10 agencies working as one unit. The criminals' entire digital infrastructure vanishing simultaneously. BlackSuit had evolved from royal to stay ahead of law enforcement pressure, but they'd never faced pressure like this. The seizure banners went live across every BlackSuit domain simultaneously, hitting their victim shaming sites, payment portals, and communication channels, all displaying the same law enforcement badges. But here's what made this different from previous takedowns. Other ransomware groups were watching. For years, criminals had operated under a simple assumption. Law enforcement couldn't coordinate fast enough to matter. By the time agencies in one country moved, the criminals had already shifted operations to another jurisdiction. Operation Checkmate shattered that assumption. When 10 agencies moved as one unit, it sent a message that went far beyond BlackSuit. The technical coordination was something cyber criminals had never seen before, with court orders executed simultaneously across multiple continents. No safe havens, no time to relocate infrastructure. But the real question remained unanswered. Could law enforcement maintain this level of coordination? Or was this a one-time achievement that criminals could eventually work around? The seizure banners stayed online, serving as a constant reminder to anyone visiting those domains that the old rules had changed. Other ransomware groups went quiet in the immediate aftermath. Underground forums buzzed with discussions about operational security. Some groups temporarily suspended recruiting. The coordinated response had created something new in cybercrime enforcement, a model that matched criminal sophistication with equal organization. BlackSuit's infrastructure remained dark, their payment systems stayed offline, and their communication networks never came back online. February 2025, just months after those seizure banners went live, something new appeared in the underground markets. Chaos ransomware. Different name, same DNA. Cisco Talos assessed the situation with what they called moderate confidence. Their conclusion? The new Chaos ransomware group is either a rebranding of the BlackSuit Royal Ransomware, or operated by some of its former members. Their evidence was technical and specific. They found similarities in TTPs, encryption commands, the theme and structure of ransom notes, and the use of LOL bins and RMM tools in their attacks. The methodology stayed identical. Same callback phishing approach. Same Microsoft Quick Assist installations. Same AnyDesk and Screen Connect RMM tools for maintaining access. But Chaos adapted their business model. They're now operating through Ransom Anon Marketplace, known as RAMP. There's a paid entry fee, but it's refundable upon first payment. They established specific restrictions. No targeting BRICS or CIS countries, no hospitals, no government entities. Typical ransom demands hover around $300,000, smaller than BlackSuit's peak demands. But the operational model remains consistent. If you need support, they maintain contact at this email address, which I'm showing you on screen here. Operation Checkmate seized domains and infrastructure. But it didn't seize the knowledge, relationships, and criminal expertise that made Royal successful in the first place. By July 2025, Chaos Ransomware was fully operational, 5 months from emergence to established criminal enterprise. Voronezh Aircraft Production Association has been building aircraft for Russia since 1932. You've probably never heard of them, but if you follow military conflicts, you've definitely seen their work. The Voronezh Aircraft Production Association sits at the heart of Russia's defense industrial complex. They're part of the United Aircraft Corporation, which is one of Russia's largest aircraft production facilities. Their factories pump out the Ilyushin Il-76 military aircraft, and these planes show up in Russian military operations worldwide. They also build the civilian Ilyushin Il-96 aircraft and various military components. For hackers looking to hit Russia where it hurts, Voronezh Aircraft Production Association makes a tempting target. The aerospace sector has been under fire lately. Just this past July 2025, we saw pro-Ukraine hackers hit Aeroflot. Meanwhile, Chinese space pirates have been systematically targeting Russian aerospace firms. When you're building the machines that carry troops and weapons, you become part of the war machine, and that makes you a prime target in the cyber battlefield. June 26, 2025. A Voronezh Aircraft Production Association employee's inbox received what looked like routine correspondence. The sender appeared to be the Transport and Logistics Center. The subject line mentioned a delivery note. You know how these emails work at big manufacturing companies. Cargo shipments arrive constantly. Parts, materials, equipment. Someone always needs to coordinate deliveries. The email contained straightforward instructions. Prepare for cargo delivery within 2 to 3 days. Standard logistics protocol. Nothing seemed unusual about the request, but I want you to look at that attachment name, which I'm showing you on screen here. Translated, that looks something like this zip attachment here. Looks legitimate, right? Sounds official. The kind of document that flows through Voronezh Aircraft Production Association's logistics operations daily. Here's what the employee didn't know. That zip file wasn't actually a zip file. Hidden inside was a malicious DLL file, the EAGLET implant, a portable executable designed to penetrate their systems. The attackers understood Voronezh Aircraft Production Association's operational rhythm. They knew logistics communications were trusted. Expected. Part of the daily workflow that keeps aircraft production running. When you're building military aircraft, cargo deliveries happen constantly. Raw materials come in. Components get shipped between facilities. The Transport and Logistics Center coordinates these movements. The email exploited that operational trust. It looked exactly like the routine correspondence Voronezh Aircraft Production Association employees handle every day. Same formatting, same language patterns, same bureaucratic tone. The employee faced a choice. Open the attachment and process what appeared to be a standard delivery notification, or treat this routine email as suspicious. The attachment sat there in their inbox, waiting. June 27th. 2025. One day after that email landed in Voronezh Aircraft Production Association's inbox, cybersecurity researchers at SecRite Labs made a discovery. Someone had uploaded a malicious email file to their analysis systems. The file name told a story, and you can see it displayed here. This .eml attachment shown here. This was uploaded from Russia, the same country where Voronezh Aircraft Production Association's aircraft factories operate. The timing wasn't coincidental. SecRite's technical analysis team went to work. You know how these investigations unfold. Layer by layer, each component reveals another piece of the puzzle. They found something interesting. This wasn't a simple malware drop. The attackers had built a multi-stage infection chain. Think of it like a Russian nesting doll where each layer hides the next. First, we have LNK files. These shortcut files look innocent, but they execute commands when opened. Then PowerShell kicks in. Microsoft's own scripting language turned against the system it was designed to help manage. Finally comes DLL deployment, where the real payload gets dropped onto the target machine. The researchers traced each step: how the initial file triggers the next stage, how PowerShell executes without raising immediate alarms, and how the final DLL gets positioned for maximum impact. This is how cybersecurity works in practice. You don't just run an antivirus scan and call it done. You reverse engineer the entire attack sequence, map out every file, and document every technique. The investigators knew they were looking at something more than random malware. The construction showed planning. Multiple stages meant the attackers wanted persistence. They wanted to stay hidden while they worked. Each digital breadcrumb led to the next. The forensic analysis revealed the infection vectors piece by piece. What started as a suspicious email file was becoming a roadmap of the entire attack methodology. SecWright had found the trail. Now they needed to follow it. SecWright's researchers kept digging. What they found next showed the real artistry behind this attack. The EAGLET implant was written in C++, professional-grade code. It used Windows networking APIs like WinHTTP Open and WinHTTP Connect. These are legitimate Microsoft functions that every Windows computer recognizes. Here's where it gets clever. The attackers used a technique called living off the land. Instead of bringing their own tools, they hijacked tools already installed on the target machine. PowerShell was their primary weapon, Microsoft's own scripting language. Then there's run-dll32.exe, a Windows system process that loads DLL files. Security researchers call these LOL bins, living off the land binaries. The implant searched through user profile and temp directories, standard Windows locations where users store files. Nothing suspicious about accessing these folders. But there's more. The attack included a decoy file, an Excel spreadsheet weighing 59,904 bytes. It extracted at offset after 296,960 bytes. The file mimicked an equipment interchange report for a company called Obel Trans Terminal LLC. The spreadsheet contained container damage codes numbered 1 through 24, looked exactly like the kind of logistics documentation Voronezh Aircraft Production Association handles daily. If someone glanced at it, they'd see routine shipping paperwork. Meanwhile, EAGLET was talking to its handlers. The command and control server sat in Romania, at this IP address I'm showing you here. It was hosted by Mevo Cloud SRL under ASN 39798. The implant disguised its communications. It used the user agent MicroSFT Apple Store 2001.0 when connecting. This made the traffic look like routine Microsoft Store activity. EAGLET collected everything: host name, computer name, domain information. All the reconnaissance data you need to map a network. The stolen information got stored in the Microsoft App Store directory, which you can see displayed on screen here. When ready to send data home, it used post requests to the /result endpoint. Clean, efficient exfiltration, disguised as normal web traffic. The attackers had turned Windows against itself. SecWright's investigation had uncovered the attack mechanics. But who was behind it? That's where Kaspersky's threat intelligence team entered the picture. They identified the threat actor, UNG0901. This wasn't some random cybercriminal group. The researchers found connections to a larger operation known as Headmare. The connection came through tooling analysis. EAGLET shared operational similarities with Headmare's malware called Phantom DL. Both implants offered shell access to compromised systems. Both could download and upload files. The functionality overlapped in ways that suggested shared development or coordination. But here's where it gets interesting. UNG0901 wasn't just hitting aerospace manufacturers. They were running parallel campaigns targeting Russian military recruitment operations. The military recruitment attacks use the same EAGLET implant, same core functionality, same infection techniques. But, they connected to a different command and control server, the IP address I'm showing you here. This server sat in Russia itself. ASN 56694, operated by LLC SmartApe. The attackers were actually using Russian infrastructure to target Russian military systems. Kaspersky found another clue in the file naming patterns. Headmare campaigns used names like what you're seeing on screen right now. UNG090. Operations use similar conventions like this other file name I'm displaying. The naming showed stylistic consistency. Same operational tradecraft, same attention to making malicious files look like legitimate documents. You're looking at coordinated campaigns here. Multiple targets, multiple infrastructure points. The aerospace attack on Voronezh Aircraft Production Association was part of something bigger. The researchers had mapped a network, UNG0901, hitting defense contractors, Headmare targeting military recruitment, connected through shared tools and techniques. This wasn't an isolated incident targeting one Russian aircraft manufacturer. This was systematic intelligence collection across Russia's military-industrial complex. The Ghost Network was real, and it had been operating right under everyone's radar. SecRight's analysts kept pulling threads. That Romanian server hosting EAGLET's command center had a history. Passive DNS records showed connections to TA505 operations. This group has been active for years. They've hit financial institutions, healthcare systems, retail chains. Their infrastructure gets recycled constantly. But here's what the researchers found interesting. No direct correlation between this EAGLET campaign and TA505's typical operations. Just shared infrastructure. The server space gets reused. This is how cyber operations work. Threat actors don't build new infrastructure for every campaign. They rent server space, use it for multiple operations, then move on when the heat gets too high. Infrastructure reuse is an operational security choice. Why register new domains and servers when you can recycle existing ones? It's cheaper, faster, and harder for defenders to track. So, SecRight cataloged the technical indicators. There were 3 SHA-256 hashes that would identify this attack anywhere. First, the LNK file, with its hash that I'm displaying on screen right now. Then, the DLL payload. Here's the second hash you can see. And finally, the original email, with the last hash shown here. They mapped the attack to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. T1.566.001 for spear phishing attachment. T1218.011 for Rundle32 proxy execution. And T1041 for exfiltration over command and control channels. These technical fingerprints would help defenders recognize future campaigns. Same hashes, same techniques, same infrastructure patterns. The forensic analysis was complete. The attack had been dissected, documented, and categorized. SecRight didn't just analyze the attack. They built defenses against it. Their Agent CIR system now detects EAGLET infections. The signature, which I'm showing you here, actually blocks the malware before it can execute. Those protections went live for their customers. The researchers even expanded their MITRE ATT&CK mappings beyond what they'd initially documented. T1059.001 for PowerShell execution. T1036 for masquerading techniques. T1082 for system information discovery. T1482 for domain trust discovery. T1071.001 for web protocols. T1005 for data collection. And T1537 for transfer of tools. Each technique represents a detection opportunity, a place where defenders can spot similar attacks. SecRight shared their findings with the cybersecurity community. Those hash values and behavioral indicators became part of the collective defense knowledge base. So, when UNG0901 tries these techniques again, security teams worldwide will recognize the patterns. This is how cyber defense actually works. One company gets hit. Researchers dissect the attack. The intelligence gets shared, and everyone's defenses improve. The Voronezh Aircraft Production Association attack became a case study. Security teams can now hunt for EAGLET variants using these indicators. They know what to look for in their own networks. Threat intelligence turns individual incidents into community shields. The attackers revealed their methods once. Now thousands of defenders know how to stop them. March 4th, 2025. That's when everything changed in the cybersecurity world. The first one-click, click once lure appeared. After lying dormant, this campaign suddenly woke up. You know what makes this story different? The targets weren't random companies. These attackers went straight for the jugular, targeting Middle Eastern oil and gas organizations, the stuff that keeps the lights on and economies running. We're talking about critical infrastructure here, energy sectors that power entire regions. The Trellix Advanced Research Center caught wind of this first. They published their findings in June 2025. Here's what they said. The Trellix Advanced Research Center has uncovered a sophisticated APT malware campaign that we've dubbed OneClik. But here's the thing. When researchers start tracking campaigns targeting energy infrastructure in one of the world's most volatile regions, you know the stakes are real. This wasn't some random ransomware crew looking for quick cash. Someone was playing a much longer game. Someone with resources and patience. The question wasn't just who was behind it. The question was how long they'd actually been there. The attackers picked their weapon carefully. Microsoft's Click Once deployment technology. You've probably used Click Once without knowing it. It lets Windows apps install and update with almost no user interaction. No annoying permission prompts. No user account control warnings. It just works. That's exactly why the attackers loved it. Here's how they pulled it off. They created fake hardware analysis websites. The victims got phishing emails directing them to sites like the website I'm showing you here. Notice something? That's hosted on Azure Blob Storage, Microsoft's own cloud service. The attackers were hiding behind Microsoft's infrastructure to attack Microsoft's users. These sites delivered Click Once manifests. Those are .application files that trigger the deployment process. Once clicked, the real attack began. They used something called App Domain Manager hijacking. That's the MITRE ATT&CK technique. The attack runs under Microsoft's Click Once technology process, which is a legitimate Windows service. It downloads and executes payloads without any user interaction. But here's where it gets clever. They didn't create new malicious programs. They weaponized legitimate tools instead. Tools like ZSA Tray.exe, UMT.exe, and IED.exe. All real software. The attackers just modified their .exe.config files through the OneClik netloader. These trusted programs became delivery vehicles for malware. The victims saw familiar software names. Windows trusted the Click Once deployment. Everything looked normal, until it wasn't. The attackers weren't done after that initial lure. They were just getting started. 6 days later, on March 10th, 2025, researchers detected a new variant called BPI-MDM. Then on March 19th, a sample showed up on VirusTotal. By March 27th, another variant had emerged. Each one was more advanced than the last. The first variant, V1A, used ETW patching. That's event tracing for Windows, by the way. The malware targeted ETW event write and NT trace event functions to blind security monitoring tools. Pretty clever way to stay hidden. But BPIMDM took things further. It introduced dedicated anti-debugging thread loops. These threads constantly check debugger as attached and called NT-query information process. If anyone tried to analyze the malware, it would detect the debugger and shut down immediately. The newest variant, V1D, added sandbox detection. It used netget join information to check if it was running in a corporate environment. It also called global memory status X to verify the system had at least 8 gigabytes of RAM. You see, sandboxes typically run with limited resources, so this helped the malware avoid analysis environments. So, each variant carried something called runner beacon. This backdoor gave the attackers modular attack capabilities through a 1-byte message type protocol. And, well, what could they actually do with it? Shell execution, file operations, network tasks, process injection, privilege escalation. Basically everything you'd need to own a target system completely. But here's what really caught researchers' attention. The anti-debugging had evolved from simple checks to something much more sophisticated. As one researcher noted, a dedicated thread periodically checks for debuggers, exiting the process if any debugger is detected. The attackers were learning. They were adapting. Every time defenders found a way to analyze their malware, the attackers built new countermeasures. This wasn't random evolution. Someone was methodically improving their tools based on what security teams were doing to stop them. The attackers knew exactly how to hide their tracks. They buried their command and control infrastructure inside Amazon Web Services. The V1A variant used CloudFront distribution networks, specifically this website that I'm showing you here. They also leveraged API gateway services. But by the time V1D rolled around, they'd evolved to Lambda URLs like this other website. Why does this matter? Because, as researchers put it, C2 traffic appears as normal cloud usage. Think about that for a second. Your security team sees traffic going to AWS. That's completely normal. Every company uses cloud services. The malicious communications just blend into the background noise of legitimate business operations. But the targeting wasn't random. Researchers noted something important about this campaign's focus on Middle Eastern energy organizations. As they put it, this campaign's focus underscores the strategic nature of the attack. Then came the attribution investigation. That's where things got interesting. Researchers started finding overlaps with known Chinese-affiliated threat actors. Earthbaxia showed similar techniques. So did OnLab's MSC file abuse campaigns. TGSoft's Grim Resource operations shared tactics too. All of them used .NET hijacking methods. All of them staged operations through cloud platforms. Some used AWS. Others used Alibaba Cloud. But the patterns were there. The connections pointed toward APT-41, a well-known Chinese threat group. But here's where the researchers got careful. Despite all these overlaps, they maintained what they called a cautious attribution stance. The links were there, but they were low confidence. In the world of nation-state attribution, low confidence means you see the patterns but can't prove who's really pulling the strings. The technical overlaps were strong. The geopolitical targeting made sense. But definitive proof? That remained elusive. Someone was running a long-term campaign against critical energy infrastructure. The techniques screamed Chinese APT tactics, but proving it beyond doubt, that's always the hardest part. Here's what nobody saw coming. Remember March 4th, 2025? When we said everything changed. When the OneClik campaign suddenly woke up? We were wrong. OneClik wasn't born in March 2025. It had been running since September 2023. Researchers found a variant of the runner beacon loader that had been active in Middle Eastern oil and gas organizations for over a year. before anyone noticed. The code similarity between those early September 2023 variants and the later OneClik components, over 99%. Think about what that means. While everyone was focused on the March 2025 attacks, this thing had been quietly operating for 18 months. The original delivery method from 2023 remained unclear. Researchers couldn't figure out how those early variants initially infected systems. But the payload? The core functionality? It was essentially the same malware. So what happened on March 4th, 2025? That wasn't the beginning. That was evolution. The attackers had been inside these energy networks since September 2023. They'd been learning, studying, mapping out critical infrastructure. Then in March 2025, they introduced the click once delivery mechanism. They weren't launching a new campaign. They were expanding an existing one. 18 months of undetected activity in some of the world's most critical energy infrastructure. 18 months of mapping networks, identifying key systems, and positioning themselves for whatever came next. The March intensification wasn't a wake-up call. It was a graduation ceremony. Someone had been playing the longest game possible in cybersecurity, and they'd been winning for a year and a half before anyone even knew the game was being played. Let me show you how Runner Beacon really worked under the hood. The 1-byte message protocol had specific codes. Message type 0 meant beacon data, while type 2 triggered file request operations. Simple, but effective. When attackers wanted shell access, Runner Beacon called create process W directly. That's the Windows API function that spawns new processes. No fancy tricks needed. Just raw system calls. File operations got granular fast. The backdoor could list directory contents, upload files from infected machines, and download new payloads. Each function gave attackers complete file system control. Network tasks went beyond basic connectivity. Runner Beacon included port scanning capabilities to map internal networks. It also supported SOC 5 tunneling, turning infected machines into proxy servers for deeper network access. But here's what made this malware truly nasty. RC4 encryption protected all communications, while message pack serialization handled data formatting. These aren't amateur hour techniques. The attackers built in something called obfuscate and sleep routines. These functions would randomly delay execution and scramble memory patterns to frustrate analysis tools. You could see the tactical evolution in their infrastructure choices too. They started with CloudFront distribution networks, then graduated to Lambda URLs. Each transition made detection harder. Why? Because Lambda URLs look like legitimate serverless computing traffic. Security teams monitoring for traditional C2 patterns would miss them completely. The indicators of compromise painted a clear picture of legitimate service abuse. Those phishing lures ran on Azure Blob Storage, while command and control flowed through AWS infrastructure. Every piece of malicious traffic looked like normal business operations. That's the detection challenge we're still facing today. The research dropped between June 24 and 2025. Multiple teams published their findings simultaneously. Despite all those technical overlaps we discussed, the attribution question remained murky. As researchers put it, despite the strong overlap in techniques, we emphasize a cautious attribution stance. You had Earth-Baxia techniques, OnLab's MSC file abuse patterns, and TGSoft's grim resource methodologies, all sharing those .NET hijacking and cloud staging approaches across AWS and Alibaba cloud platforms. The patterns were there. The geopolitical targeting made sense. But proving definitively who was behind the keyboards? That's where modern nation-state operations get tricky. Here's the real challenge moving forward. These attackers leveraged legitimate cloud services throughout their entire operation, using Azure for hosting, AWS for command and control, and Microsoft's own Click Once for delivery. How do you detect malicious activity when it looks exactly like normal business operations? The experts reached a sobering conclusion, stating that as threat actors continue to evolve, defenders must adapt by implementing proactive security measures. 18 months of undetected access to critical energy infrastructure, multiple variants, cloud service abuse, and attribution uncertainty. The OneClik campaign ended up being a perfect case study in everything that makes modern cybersecurity so challenging. Back in 2021, there was this ransomware called Chaos that nobody took seriously. I mean, nobody. The criminal forums were absolutely brutal about it. Between June 9th and August 5th, the developer pushed out 4 different versions, and each one was worse than the last. Trend Micro researchers Monte de Jesus and Don Ovid Ladoris basically laughed it off. As they put it, "We haven't seen any active infections or victims." Here's exactly why it was such a joke. This wasn't actually ransomware at all. It was a file destroyer pretending to be ransomware. The malware would replace your file contents with random bytes. Then it would base 64 encode all that garbage. Your files were gone forever. You couldn't restore them even if you paid the ransom. Forum members kept pointing this out over and over. As they said, victims wouldn't pay the ransom if their files couldn't be restored. Just basic criminal logic. But here's the thing about failed projects in the underground. The names don't just disappear. They sit there in databases, in forums, in the collective memory of criminals. So what happens when someone decides to hijack that failed name? Let me walk you through what these criminals were actually trying to build. The worming functionality was the one thing they got right. This malware could spread to all drives found on an affected system. USB drives, external storage, everything. It would jump air gaps through USB drives. Pretty clever for amateurs, I'll give them that. The targeting was specific. Desktop folders, documents, downloads, OneDrive, pictures, videos. They knew where people kept their important stuff. But here's where you can see them learning from their mistakes. Version 3.0 finally introduced actual encryption. AES and RSA for files under 1 megabyte. They even built a decryptor function. Someone had been listening to the forum feedback. Version 4.0 pushed the encryption limit up to 2 megabyte files. Baby steps toward actual ransomware. But Trend Micro wasn't impressed. They called it, and I quote, "far from being a finished product since it lacks features that many modern ransomware families possess." The forums agreed. Amateur hour. You can see the criminal learning process happening in real time. Each version trying to fix the obvious problems. Each version still falling short. But here's what nobody was thinking about. That name Chaos was now sitting in criminal databases. Associated with failure? Sure. But it was there. In the underground. Failed project. Names don't just vanish. They wait. Fast forward to February 2025. Something weird happened. A new Chaos ransomware group showed up. But these weren't the same amateurs from 2021. Windows ransomware samples started appearing, compiled in February, March, and May 2025. Fresh code. Professional code. This was ransomware as a service with a full business model. They had a contact email. Win88 at thesecure.biz. They were actively promoting themselves on a Russian-speaking cyber criminal forum called Ransom Anon Marketplace, or RAMP for short. The affiliate structure was totally different from the 2021 mess. You had to pay an entry fee up front, but they'd refund it after your first successful payment. These guys had rules too. No targeting BRICS or CIS countries. No hospitals. No government entities. They were running big game hunting operations, double extortion attacks, the works. Most targets were in the US, with some in the UK, New Zealand, and India. Real businesses with real money. This wasn't some forum amateur trying to figure out encryption. This was a professional criminal enterprise. But here's what didn't make sense. Was this the same group that somehow evolved from complete failure to professional operation? Or was someone else entirely just using that name? You're looking at companies in your industry getting hit. Maybe companies you work with. These criminals weren't practicing anymore. They were hunting. Here's how these professionals actually operated. It started with voice phishing. They'd impersonate IT security representatives from your company. First, they'd flood your inbox with spam emails, dozens of them, making your day miserable. Then comes the helpful phone call. Hey, we're seeing some security issues on your account. We need to help you fix this. So, you're drowning in spam. Someone calls offering to help. What do? They'd instruct you to connect to their session via Microsoft Quick Assist. It seems legitimate. It's Microsoft's own tool. Once they had access, they deployed remote management tools like AnyDesk, Screen Connect, OptiTune, SynchroRMM, and SplashTop Streamer. They'd modify your registry to hide user accounts. You wouldn't even know they were there. For data theft, they used Good Sync software, a legitimate backup tool. Nothing suspicious about file transfers. The ransom demands hit $300,000. They were targeting a wide variety of business verticals, and the attacks seemed opportunistic. But the reconnaissance wasn't amateur hour. They were running specific commands. nltestforward/dc list to map domain controllers. nltest.exe /domain trusts to understand network relationships. netview IP address /all to discover network shares. These weren't random criminals figuring things out. This was methodical network mapping. You're looking at professionals who understood corporate infrastructure. They knew how IT departments worked. They exploited that knowledge. But who were they really? Here's where everything you thought you knew gets flipped upside down. Cisco Talos researchers Anna Bennett, James Nutland, and Chetan Raghuprasad published their assessment on July 24, 2025. Talos assesses with moderate confidence that the new group is likely formed by former members of the BlackSuit gang. BlackSuit, also known as Royal. The 2025 Chaos Group had absolutely nothing to do with the 2021 failures. They just stole the name. Think about that for a second. Professional criminals hijacked the identity of amateur criminals who couldn't even build working ransomware. The criminal lineage runs deep. BlackSuit emerged in 2023. Before that, they were Royale, and potentially connected to Conti before that. These weren't newcomers learning the trade. These were experienced operators rebranding. The technical evidence was sitting right there. Similarities in encryption, methods, matching ransom note structures, identical tool sets. The encryption parameters were almost copy-paste. Same L key with 32 byte keys, same encrypt step parameters. But here's the timeline that makes it all click. Operation Checkmate hit BlackSuit domains in late July 2025, right around when the Cisco report came out. The new chaos samples were compiled in February, March, and May, months before their old operation got shut down. They saw the writing on the wall. They were already preparing their exit strategy, and their cover story was brilliant. They claimed they attempted to perform security testing in the victim's environment, and were successful. Security testing. Right. You're looking at criminal identity theft. They took a failed project's name and turned it into cover for professional ransomware operations. The 2021 amateurs never imagined their broken malware would become a mask for seasoned criminals. The name Chaos went from complete failure to criminal camouflage. Operation Checkmate hit hard in late July 2025. BlackSuit domains got seized, and the message was crystal clear. U.S. Homeland Security has seized the site as part of an international multi-agency investigation. International. Multi-agency. These weren't local cops anymore. But here's what the new Chaos group was already offering their victims. Two options. Pay up and get a decryptor application for targeted environments, along with a detailed report of the penetration test, or face data disclosure and DDoS attacks. They were calling ransomware attacks penetration testing. The audacity was incredible. The technical analysis showed exactly why law enforcement was worried. These criminals had built sophisticated anti-analysis features, window enumeration, process monitoring, and timing analysis techniques. They could propagate across entire corporate infrastructures, not just individual machines. The encryption used hybrid cryptographic techniques, specifically elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman with curve 2, 5519. You're looking at criminal groups that adapt faster than law enforcement can shut them down. One name gets burned, they grab another one. The investigation continues. The criminals keep evolving. That's the challenge law enforcement faces with these shape-shifting criminal enterprises. Here's what the technical analysis actually revealed about these criminals. The custom XOR cipher used a specific 25-byte key, not random bytes. A carefully crafted pattern, which I'm showing you on screen right here. The decryption happened in 5-byte chunks. Each chunk used a distinct XOR key pattern. That's not amateur hour cryptography. For network lateral movement, they used WMI encryption commands across corporate infrastructures. But they excluded the administrative shares. Admin, $, and I, $, were completely off limits. They knew exactly which shares would trigger security alerts. The anti-analysis techniques went deeper than basic VM detection. They were using hash-based comparisons against pre-computed signatures, looking for debugging environments and sandbox environments. If you were analyzing this malware in a lab, they'd know. The evasion techniques showed professional tradecraft, PowerShell event log deletion to cover their tracks, and MFA uninstallation attempts using specific commands. The command, which I'm showing you on the screen here, proves they wanted your multi-factor authentication gone. The encryption implementation used 60 bytes containing the public key in ECC public blob format, along with other encryption parameters. AES 256 for symmetric file encryption. You're looking at technical sophistication that wasn't stolen code from GitHub. This was custom-built by professionals who understood both encryption and corporate networks. The failed 2021 Chaos name became cover for some of the most technically capable ransomware operators we've seen. Three separate Android surveillance campaigns hit the Middle East between March 2020 and July 2025. Bold Spy, GuardZoo, and DCH Spy. Different names, different targets, same nightmare. Your phone becomes a weapon against you. These malware strains collect everything: your accounts, installed apps, browser history, call recordings, photos, contacts, key logs, location data, SMS messages, and audio recordings. Nothing stays private. Lookout researchers discovered Bold Spy in April 2023. GuardZoo surfaced in July 2024, and DCH Spy emerged in July 2025. Three different approaches to the same goal. Here's what makes this interesting. Bold Spy used unencrypted command and control traffic with hard-coded IP addresses like this one I'm showing you on screen. Basic stuff that any security researcher could spot. Yet it successfully exfiltrated 400,000 text messages from its victims. Sometimes crude methods work better than complex ones. Sometimes the simplest attacks cause the most damage. These weren't random hackers testing new tools. This was something bigger. Bold Spy wasn't just discovered in April 2023. It had been running since at least March 2020. 3 years of silent operations before anyone noticed. The targets tell you everything. Iranian Kurds, Baluchis, Azeris, and possibly Armenian Christians. These were ethnic minorities the regime wanted to watch. They also monitored illegal trafficking of arms, drugs, and alcohol. The timing matters. During the Mahsa Amini protests in late 2022, surveillance spiked. When people took to the streets, this malware tracked them harder. Here's the twist that changes everything. This wasn't spread through phishing emails or malicious links. Bold Spy gets installed during detention. Physical access. Someone takes your phone while you're in custody and loads the malware directly. Lookout researchers traced initial infections to locations near Iranian police stations and border checkpoints. Think about that. You get arrested, they take your phone, and suddenly, you're compromised forever. The violation goes deep. Beyond those text messages we mentioned, Bold Spy stole 66,000 call logs from over 300 victims, 100,000 contacts, 15,000 installed apps, 3,700 user accounts, 2,500 photos. Everything that made these people human. The Law Enforcement Command of the Islamic Republic of Iran ran this operation. Faraja. They turned detention into digital colonization. Your arrest became their backdoor into your entire life. GuardZoo took a different approach. While Bold Spy grabbed phones during detention, GuardZoo played the long game. Researchers discovered it on July 9, 2024, but it had been hunting since October 2019, nearly 5 years of patient operations. The targets shifted too, focusing on military personnel across 7 Middle Eastern countries: Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Oman, United Arab Emirates, Qatar, and Turkey. Not ethnic minorities this time, but active duty soldiers and officers. GuardZoo built itself on the leaked 2014 Dendroid rat, but whoever created this modified everything. They added an ASP.NET command and control backend along with over 60 custom commands exclusive to GuardZoo. The social engineering got creative. Fake military apps with names like Constitution of the Armed Forces and Limited, Commander and Staff. They mixed in religious content and ebooks, anything that would appeal to military personnel scrolling through their phones. WhatsApp became their delivery system, along with direct browser downloads. Someone sends you a link to a military regulation app, you download it, and suddenly you're compromised. GuardZoo wanted specific intelligence. Photos and documents, obviously. But they also collected coordinate data files in KMZ, WPT, RTE, and TRK formats. Map data tied to GPS coordinates, the kind of files that show exactly where military units move and operate. Over 450 victim IP addresses got compromised. December 2022 logs showed victims tied to pro-Hadi forces. GuardZoo wasn't just collecting random military data. It was targeting specific factions in active conflict zones. 5 years of patience paid off with military intelligence that could shape real battles. DCH. Spy changed the game completely. Lookout discovered it on July 21st. 2025, but honestly, the timing tells the real story. New samples emerged just 1 week after the Israel-Iran conflict began. 1 week. Think about what that means for a second. Someone was deploying surveillance malware in real time as conflicts unfolded. Not months of preparation. Not patient 5-year campaigns like GuardZoo. We're talking about active deployment during active warfare. The exploitation got clever. Internet outages hit during conflicts, so people desperately search for connectivity. DCH Spy used that desperation. Starlink VPN lures with sample file names like this Starlink VPN APK file I'm showing you on screen. Fake apps promising internet access when everything else goes dark. And, yeah, they didn't stop there. Earth VPN and Komodo VPN apps flooded Telegram channels, people sharing working VPN solutions while their internet got cut. Download the app. Get connectivity. Get compromised. The Muddy Water APT group ran these operations. Their fingerprints were all over the infrastructure. Muddy Water connects directly to Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security, or MOIS. Not some proxy group or contractor. This was direct state intelligence operations. The targeting got specific too. English and Farsi speakers with anti-regime themes. They weren't casting wide nets anymore. DCH Spy hunted people actively opposing Iranian interests during conflict periods. WhatsApp data became the prize. Accounts, contacts, SMS messages, files, location data, call logs. Everything flowing through encrypted messaging apps that people thought kept them safe. DCH Spy pulled it all out in real time. This wasn't surveillance for future operations. This was intelligence collection for immediate tactical advantage. Information extracted as battles happened. Here's where everything changes. DCH Spy wasn't operating alone. It shared command and control infrastructure with Sandstrike malware. The hard-coded C2 IP address in Sandstrike samples? It got used multiple times to deploy a PowerShell rat. Same infrastructure, same controllers. And that PowerShell rat? It's attributed to Muddy Water. We already knew Muddy Water connected to Iran's Ministry of Intelligence and Security. But infrastructure analysis revealed something bigger, much bigger. 3 campaigns spanning March 2020 to July 2025. They weren't separate operations. They were one coordinated Iranian strategy with different tools for different targets. Bold Spy targeting detained minorities. GuardZoo going after military personnel. And DCH Spy focused on real-time conflict zones. Look at the technical contrasts here. Bold Spy used crude but effective methods. Unencrypted C2, traffic with hard-coded IP addresses that any researcher could spot. GuardZoo went the opposite direction, using dynamic DNS domains resolving to Yemen net IP addresses. Professional operational security with patience. DCH Spy brought something new to the table. Real-time deployment with data encrypted using C2-provided passwords. SFTP uploads instead of basic HTTP communication. They were learning from each campaign and adapting their methods, but the infrastructure tied them together. Shared servers, overlapping command structures, coordinated timing that matched political events and conflicts. You don't get that level of synchronization without central planning. This wasn't 3 random groups testing different malware families. This was orchestrated warfare with shared resources and coordinated objectives. 5 years of operations under one umbrella. Different faces, but the same organization. The realization hits hard when you see the infrastructure maps I'm showing you here. Same controllers managing detention-based surveillance, military infiltration, and real time. conflict, exploitation. One coordinated digital warfare campaign masquerading as separate threats. Each campaign used different technical approaches because they faced different operational challenges. Bold Spy kept things crude, but added unique capabilities. Those hard-coded IP addresses we mentioned. They came with SMS command functionality. Control phones could send text messages directly to infected devices, triggering specific actions remotely. No internet required. They also built in CPU wake lock persistence mechanisms. Your phone stays awake even when you think it's sleeping. Bold Spy keeps running in the background, collecting data continuously without obvious battery drain patterns that might tip you off. GuardZoo went the opposite direction with professional operational security. They used HTTPS communication with self-signed certificates. The specific fingerprint hash that I'm showing you here identifies their certificate. But here's the interesting part. The request bodies stayed in clear text, encrypted transport, readable content. They also implemented dynamic DEX file loading for updates. New functionality could be pushed to infected devices without reinstalling the entire malware package. This feature got deprecated by April 2023, probably because it created detection risks. DCH Spy brought file-specific exfiltration features. Instead of bulk data collection, it could target individual file types and formats. More selective, harder to detect through network monitoring. The operational security contrasts tell the real story. Bold Spy didn't encrypt anything because physical installation meant they controlled the initial compromise. GuardZoo mixed encrypted transport with clear text data because they needed stealth but wanted readable intelligence. DCH Spy used encrypted SFTP uploads because real-time operations required maximum operational security. Different tools for different targets. Physical access malware for detainees, social engineering platforms for military personnel, political exploitation tools for conflict zones. The campaigns we've covered aren't history. They're current operations with proven real-world impact. STFD 686, another Iranian surveillance tool, compromised thousands of Syrian army officers. That intelligence contributed directly to Assad's regime collapse in late 2024. When you can read every message from an entire military command structure. Those armies don't stay loyal very long. GuardZoo's infrastructure keeps running. Dynamic DNS domains, like this URL I'm showing you here, and this other URL displayed on screen, still target military personnel across those 7 countries. The patient hunting continues. DCH spy samples emerged within 1 week of the Israel-Iran conflict escalation. That's not coincidence. That's operational readiness. Real-time deployment capability during active warfare. The technical indicators remain active. We see shared C2 infrastructure between DCH Spy and Sandstrike. Yemen net resolve domains, directing traffic to Iranian controllers. And SFTP servers using C2-provided encryption keys for secure uploads. The infrastructure analysis shows ongoing coordination, with the same controllers managing different threat families, and the same operational planning across multiple years and target sets. February 2022. A Ukrainian hacker sits at his computer making a choice that'll change everything. He's part of Conti, and you know them, the ransomware group that's been terrorizing companies since 2020. They're brutal, they're aggressive, and they don't mess around. But now, Conti's leadership made their stance clear. They're backing Russia in the invasion, supporting Putin's war machine while Ukrainian cities get bombed. This Ukrainian member wasn't having it. So he did something that would echo through cyberspace for years. He leaked everything: internal documents, chat logs, and get this, the complete source code for Conti's ransomware. We're talking about enterprise-grade malware blueprints, the kind of code that took years to develop and perfect. All of it dumped online for anyone to download. The OnLab TIP report from July 2025 documented exactly what happened. This wasn't just whistleblowing, this was handing criminals a ready-made weapons factory. Just think about it. You've got every 2-bit criminal crew in the world suddenly holding the same tools that made Conti millions, the same code that brought down hospitals and government agencies. That single act of defiance would spawn a new generation of cyber predators, and they were about to prove just how dangerous inherited code could be. April 10th, 2025. 3 years after that Ukrainians' protest. Cybersecurity researchers start seeing something new in the wild. It looks familiar. Too familiar. They're calling it Gunra ransomware. And when they dig into the code, they find those notable similarities to Conti. The same DNA, the same foundation. But this isn't just a copy-paste job. Someone took that leaked source code and made it better. Gunra's creators focused on 2 things that made Conti deadly. First, speeding up negotiations with victims. And second, refining their social engineering tactics. They studied what worked and what didn't from 3 years of leaked chat logs. Then in April 2025, researchers discover something else. Gunra's got a dedicated leak site. This isn't just about encrypting files and demanding payment anymore. They're doing double extortion. Steal your data first. Encrypt it second. Pay up, or we publish everything online for the world to see. The leaked Conti code became a foundation. But now, multiple criminal groups are building on top of it, each one adding their own improvements, their own special touches. You've got crews around the world taking the same blueprint and weaponizing it differently. Same core, different execution. That Ukrainians' protest against war crimes just handed every criminal organization on the planet enterprise-grade malware tools. And they weren't wasting the opportunity. April to June 2025. Gunra goes global. Cyfirma documented it on May 3rd, and the attacks were hitting everywhere. Japan, Egypt, Panama, Italy, Argentina. No country was safe, no continent was off limits. You're looking at healthcare systems in one country, manufacturing plants in another, real estate companies getting hit, pharmaceutical labs going dark, electronics manufacturers, even beverage companies. This wasn't random targeting. Gunra was hunting systematically across every industry you can think of. And they'd evolved the technical side too. RSA encryption algorithms paired with ChaCha20. When they encrypted your files, you'd see those .encrt extensions on everything. Your documents, your databases, your backups. All tagged with their signature. The ransom notes showed up as read me .txt files. Same message every time. You've got 5 days to negotiate, 5 days to pay up, 5 days before we publish everything we stole. That 5-day countdown wasn't just psychological pressure. It was a business model. Quick negotiations meant quick profits. No drawn-out discussions, no corporate committees debating for weeks. Pay fast, or lose everything twice. Once when we encrypt your systems. Again when we dump your data online for competitors to see. But among all these targets, the manufacturers, the real estate firms, the beverage companies. There was one industry that represented the highest stakes of all: hospitals, where encrypted systems don't just mean lost profits. They mean patients who can't get care. June 4th, 2025. Gunra picks their crown jewel target. American Hospital Dubai, a 254-bed facility serving over 40 medical specialties. This isn't some small clinic we're talking about here. This is a major healthcare hub, documented by both AMPCIS Cyber and Cyber News. But here's where it gets terrifying. Gunra claims they grabbed 450 million patient records, 4 terabytes of data exfiltrated from one hospital. Think about that number for a second. 450 million records from a single facility. That's their claim, according to databreaches.net's reporting. Whether it's accurate or inflated doesn't matter to the patients whose lives just got turned upside down. The data they're holding hostage isn't just names and addresses. We're talking about personal demographics, credit card numbers, billing histories going back years, clinical records with everything your doctor knows about you, and Emirates ID numbers that unlock your entire identity in the UAE. And while Gunra sets up their countdown to June 8th, that same deadline pressure they'd perfected, something else is happening inside the hospital. Patient systems start crashing. Medical operations get disrupted across the entire facility. You've got doctors and nurses trying to treat people while their computer systems go dark, one by one. This isn't just about data theft anymore. This is about a working hospital getting kneecapped in real time. Patients who need care. Staff who can't access the systems they need to help them. Gunra had evolved from those leaked Conti blueprints. But now they were targeting the one industry where system failures don't just cost money, they cost lives. The countdown wasn't just about ransom payments. It was about how long a major hospital could function without its systems, and how many patients would suffer while that clock was ticking. June 8th, 2025. The deadline hits. American Hospital Dubai doesn't pay. The 5-day countdown that Gunra said expires without meeting their demands. Now we find out if these guys are serious about their threats, or if it's all just a bluff. June 17th, 2025. Cybersecurity News reports what everyone was dreading. Gunra made good on their promise. The data dump went live. Hundreds of millions of medical records exposed for the world to see. Patient information that was supposed to be protected by every healthcare privacy law on the books. We're not talking about a small leak here. This is massive exposure of sensitive patient data, demographics, medical histories, financial records, Emirates ID numbers, all of it just sitting online where anyone can access it. But here's what makes it worse. As of June 11th, 3 days after the deadline, hospital systems were still down. Patients couldn't access care. Staff couldn't access the tools they needed to help people. And the hospital? Radio silence. No official response. No communication plan. No updates for patients whose most private information just became public. You can trace this whole disaster back to that Ukrainian hacker in February 2022. His protest against Conti's war support handed criminals the tools to attack a hospital 3 years later. Patients in Dubai are paying the price for a moral stand against Russian aggression. But, there's something bigger happening here. This wasn't an empty threat. Gunra actually published the data when the deadline passed. That changes everything. For years, ransomware groups would threaten to leak stolen information. Most victims figured it was just pressure tactics. Pay up or we'll embarrass you with a data dump. Not anymore. Gunra just proved they'll follow through. They'll actually publish everything they steal if you don't meet their demands. The double extortion model isn't theoretical anymore. It's real, it's happening, and it's working exactly like they designed it to work. The new reality is here. Pay the ransom or watch your most sensitive information become public. No bluffs, no empty threats, just consequences. The forensic analysis comes next. Cybersecurity researchers start mapping Gunra's techniques using the MITRE attack framework. They're tracking everything from execution tactics to impact methods across the entire attack chain. What they find isn't pretty. Gunra's using anti-analysis techniques with isDebugger present to detect when researchers are watching. They're deleting volume shadow copies through Windows management instrumentation commands. No backups left behind. The encryption process gets even nastier. It's multi-threaded, based on your computer's CPU logical cores. More cores means faster encryption. Your high-end workstation just became your worst enemy. But here's what really catches their attention. Get current process and terminate process functions for manipulating running programs. Privilege escalation built right into the code. This is an amateur hour. The investigation confirms what everyone suspected. Gunra took that leaked Conti foundation and made deadly improvements on top of it. Meanwhile, patient systems at the hospital are still offline, well past the attack date. The UAE's strict data protection laws mean serious consequences are coming. SOC Prime's 2024 data shows the bigger picture. Average recovery costs hit $2.73 million. That's a 500% increase industry-wide. The technical autopsy reveals this wasn't opportunistic. It was calculated. It was planned. And it worked exactly like they designed it to work. Here's what the OnLab TIP analysis from July 2025 revealed. Gunra isn't alone. You've got multiple ransomware variants, all born from that same leaked Conti code. Different groups, different names, but the same foundation. That Ukrainian's February 2022 protest keeps enabling attacks worldwide. The leaked source code became a gift that keeps on giving to criminals. They're building new threats on top of the same blueprints. Advanced persistent threats now have access to enterprise-grade tools that took Conti years to develop. Organizations are scrambling to adapt with EDR solutions using behavioral analysis, backup strategies using offline or immutable cloud systems, and network segmentation with firewalls and intrusion detection systems. But you're always playing catch-up when criminals have the same foundational code to work from. Think about the irony here. A Ukrainian hacker made a moral stand against war crimes. He couldn't stomach his ransomware group supporting Putin's invasion, so he leaked everything to hurt Conti's operations. 3 years later, that same leaked code enabled an attack on American Hospital Dubai. Patients who needed healing became victims of that protest against violence. The code is still out there, still being downloaded, still being modified by criminal groups around the world. That single act of conscience created a permanent resource for every crew looking to build their own ransomware operation. The Ukrainian wanted to stop war crimes. Instead, he armed a generation of predators targeting the institutions we depend on most. Think about this. What would it take to bring down a $38 billion operation? That's exactly what attackers were looking at when they targeted Jaguar Land Rover. The crown jewel of their operation, the Solihull plant in the UK, the attackers hit during a weekend at the end of August 2025. They managed to penetrate JLR's SAP systems. That's the backbone that runs everything from manufacturing to supply chain management. JLR has been impacted by a cyber incident. We took immediate action to mitigate its impact by proactively shutting down our systems. Scattered Lapsus hunters posted screenshots of internal JLR SAP systems on their Telegram channel. They claimed they'd deployed ransomware on the compromised systems. Here's what makes this group different. They're not just one threat actor. Scattered Lapsus Hunters represents a merger of 3 separate groups: Scattered Spider, Lapsus, and Shiny Hunters. The FBI's been tracking this combined threat under clusters UNC6040 and UNC6395. By September 6th, JLR was working around the clock on recovery efforts. We can confirm that some data has been affected. The attackers had exploited CVE 2025-31324 and CVE 2025-4299 vulnerabilities dating back to August 15th. On September 16th, JLR made a strategic decision. Instead of rushing back online, they extended the production pause until September 24th. JLR took immediate proactive action by shutting down systems to mitigate impact and engaged third-party cybersecurity specialists and law enforcement assistants. The UK's National Cybersecurity Centre joined the coordination effort. This wasn't just corporate crisis management. You had multiple agencies working together on systematic recovery protocols. Behind the scenes, defenders were already taking technical countermeasures. On August 20th, they'd revoked compromised tokens to limit exposure. The FBI issued a flash alert on September 14th with actionable intelligence, over 60 IP addresses tied to the campaign. That September 24th controlled restart date we talked about, it gave security teams time to validate every system before bringing production back online. Throughout the extended disruption, JLR maintained transparent communication with their 39,000 employees and kept suppliers and partners informed about recovery timelines. Here's what's inspiring. The comprehensive response created enough pressure that Scattered Lapsus Hunters announced their retirement from active operations. The industry cooperation that emerged shows how effective coordinated defense actually works when organizations share intelligence and resources. Back in 2015, a simple tool appeared online called AllaKore RAT. Written in Delphi, it did basic remote access stuff. Keylogging, screenshots, uploading and downloading files, remote control of victim machines. Nothing fancy, just another open source remote access tool floating around the internet. Here's what makes this interesting though. Open source means anyone can grab it, anyone can modify it, anyone can turn it into something else entirely. Now, RATs aren't inherently evil. System administrators use them for legitimate remote support. IT teams deploy them for network management. The code itself? Just instructions telling a computer what to do. But you hand that same code to someone with different intentions, and it becomes a weapon. AllaKore started simple. Really simple. The kind of basic functionality you'd expect from a hobbyist project or proof-of-concept tool. What happened next turned this humble Delphi program into the backbone of one of the most persistent financial crime operations we've seen. That evolution took almost a decade, and it's still happening today. Fast forward to early 2021. That simple tool from 2015 caught someone's attention. A financially motivated threat actor emerged. They'd later be named Greedy Sponge. These weren't random hackers throwing attacks everywhere. They had a very specific target list. Mexican organizations only. Companies with revenues over 100 million USD. They focused on 8 key sectors: retail, agriculture, public sector, manufacturing, transportation, commercial services, capital goods and banking. Here's where it gets interesting. So, they modified that basic AllaKore code, adding Spanish language commands that really revealed their insider knowledge. For example, they used pegatexto to grab text from the screen, and descarun as a custom function for, specific fraud actions. They even built in reverse shell capabilities with this function I'm showing you here. Plus, there was clipboard manipulation through this clipboard function you can see on screen, and this other one I'm displaying here. Their infrastructure told a story, too. Command and control servers were hosted in Texas through host wins. Domains like uplayground.online, with endpoints at registeruser.php and license.txt. But here's the detail that really stuck with investigators. Their C2 servers actually displayed SpongeBob memes. Early samples came packaged as RAR files. Aluminio.rar decompressed to aluminio.exe. The malware used an outdated user agent string, which you can see displayed here on screen, ancient by 2021 standards. This wasn't just some basement hacker operation. Someone was running a methodical, culturally aware criminal enterprise targeting Mexico's largest companies. Late 2022 brought a major upgrade. Those simple RAR files? Yeah, they were gone. Now we're looking at MSI installers built with Advanced Installer 18.3. This is professional-grade packaging software that honestly costs real money. The payload changed, too. We started seeing .NET downloaders like adv.exe. But here's what really escalated things. They started impersonating the Mexican government. Specifically IMSS, the Mexican Social Security Institute. You know how people trust government agencies? That's exactly what they exploited. The lures used legitimate document names. This PDF that you can see displayed on screen here is actually an official government guide. They included Cipare system references and instructions that looked completely official. Extract the content of the installer plugin cipare.zip file. Run the file called installer plugin. Cipare, the Sistema de Pago Referenciado, is the referenced payment system, a digital platform used by the IMSS. They added server-side geolocation checking through ipinfo.io. The malware wouldn't even deploy unless you were in Mexico. It checked for MX country code first, and only then would it drop the rat. Chancla.exe. Their targeting expanded beyond those original 8 sectors. Mexican banks got specific attention, and cryptocurrency platforms too. New functions appeared, targeting 6 Mexican banks and a crypto broker. They even added cleanup capabilities. PowerShell scripts like filedeleter.ps. 1. New infrastructure appeared as well, with domains like this website I'm showing you on screen handling command and control operations. This wasn't just malware evolution. This was someone with deep knowledge of Mexican government systems, official documents, and bureaucratic processes. Someone who understood exactly how to make their attacks look legitimate. May 2024 changed everything. That Mexican-focused operation? Well, it wasn't staying in Mexico. A new variant appeared called AllaKore. The compilation timestamp, which I'm showing you on screen here, reveals this variant. The target? Brazil. Specifically, Brazilian banks. The infrastructure shifted too. No more Texas hosting. They moved to Microsoft Azure, using cloud servers in the Brazil South region, with domains ending in brazilsouth.cloudapp.azure.com. They added domain generation algorithms, functions called Gera Host and Gera Porta, dynamic infrastructure that changes automatically. The bank targeting got specific, really specific. Banco Safra, Caixa Econômica Federal, Banco do Brasil, Bradesco, Itaú Unibanco, Sicredi, Sicub. New commands appeared in the code, which I'm showing you on screen here. Each one was tailored to specific banks and their systems. This wasn't just geographic expansion. The technical capabilities jumped forward too. Two-factor authentication bypass. QR code scanning lures that trick victims into revealing banking tokens. The infection chain started with PDF spoofing, using LNK files disguised as documents. Here's what investigators realized. Latin American threat actors don't just hit local targets. They compromise subsidiaries and employees in one country that belong to companies worldwide. You're looking at a criminal operation that started focused on Mexico in 2021. By May 2024, they're running simultaneous campaigns across 2 countries. Different languages, different banking systems, different cloud infrastructure. That's not expansion. That's evolution. Mid-2024 brought the game changer. Those AllaKore operations you've been following, they weren't operating alone anymore. Greedy Sponge integrated a second payload called System BC. Let me tell you about System BC. It's a remote access Trojan written in Russian, first spotted in early 2019. You might recognize it from a major attack. Colonial Pipeline, May 2021. DarkSide ransomware shut down the largest fuel pipeline system in the United States. And System BC was part of that attack chain. Now that same infrastructure-grade malware was running alongside financial fraud operations. The technical sophistication jumped again. Server-side geofencing got more precise, and UAC bypass was happening using this CMSTP service called Actualizando. There were multi-stage infections that could deploy multiple threats at the same time. New packaging started to show up too. Trojanized MSI files built with Advanced Installer 20.6, and these would actually contain legitimate Chrome proxy.exe files. The infrastructure itself evolved as well, like the website I'm talking about here and, this other website too. Communications were going over port 4404 to IP addresses like the one I'm mentioning here. System BC version 2 downloads came straight from this .exe file I'm describing. So here's what this combination actually created. Persistent remote connections that allowed attackers to drop additional payloads, executables, Windows commands, PowerShell scripts, basically whatever they needed. What we're seeing here are criminals who combined financial fraud capabilities with ransomware-grade infrastructure tools. The same technology that shut down America's largest pipeline was now being used to steal banking credentials all across Latin America. And honestly, this wasn't just evolution anymore. This was criminal innovation at the highest level. Here's what current operations look like. Arctic Wolf telemetry shows us the mechanics. Zip files with names like this one I'm showing you. Inside, Trojanized MSI installers paired with that legitimate Chrome proxy.exe for social engineering. The downloaders evolved too. .NET executables called gadget.exe and tweaker.exe. Creation timestamp 28/4/06/18. Someone's playing with system clocks. Banking theft got more targeted. New executable kgm.xi handles token and credential extraction. The original file name was created November 4th, 2024. The command structure uses specific endpoints. z1.txt version 190. z2.txt for secondary communications. C2 domains, split functions. Glossovers.com handles phishing. Pachysuave.com runs System BC operations. Remote access happens through layered anonymization. Express VPN. Mulvad VPN. Starlink IP addresses traced back to Mexico. All connecting to HostWin's infrastructure on IP addresses like this one I'm showing you here, through 238. This isn't historical analysis. These are current operations documented by Arctic Wolf in July 2025. Mandiant made an observation in December 2021. They know of only 2 financial actors that limit targeting to a single country over multiple years. Greedy Sponge was one. Fin13 was the other. Most cybercriminals cast wide nets, hit whatever they can across multiple countries and regions. The single country focus? That's rare in financial cybercrime. 4 years of continuous operations since 2021. No disruptions. No major law enforcement takedowns. Just slow, steady evolution of their methods. The attribution evidence paints a clear picture. Mexico-based operators who built those Spanish commands into their malware. RDP access consistently coming from Mexican IP addresses, Starlink connections, ExpressVPN, Mulvad VPN, all traced back to Mexico. But here's what makes Latin American threat actors particularly dangerous. They don't just hit regional targets. They compromise subsidiaries and employees in one country that belong to companies worldwide. Their operations focus almost exclusively on Latin American banking details. But the computers they compromise? Those belong to companies all around the world. The infrastructure evolved from those early U-Playground domains to the current Manzisuape and Pachisuave operations. Different hosting, different techniques, different capabilities, but the same persistent criminal enterprise running underneath it all. 4 years. 2 countries. OnePlus advertises a public bug bounty program for security researchers. They're literally asking people to find security flaws. But CVE 2025-100184 affects OnePlus devices running Oxygen OS versions 12 through 15 that were released since 2021. Here's what makes this vulnerability so concerning. Any installed app on your OnePlus device can silently access your SMS messages. We're talking about complete access without permission, without user interaction, without consent, and without any notification to you. The app just reads your texts in the background. This happens through OnePlus's modified com.android-providers.telephony package. Think of this as the part of your phone that handles text messaging. OnePlus changed how Android normally protects this sensitive data, and that modification created the vulnerability. Your personal messages, 2-factor authentication codes, bank notifications, private conversations, any app could be reading all of it. The vulnerability has been lurking in millions of devices for over 4 years now. As of September 25, 2025, this vulnerability remains completely unpatched. OnePlus has acknowledged it exists, but there's no fix available. So if you're using a OnePlus device with Oxygen OS 12, 13, 14, or 15, your text messages are potentially accessible to any app you've installed. On May 1, 2025, Rapid7 researchers sent their first disclosure email about CVE 2025-10184 to the OnePlus Security Response Center. This wasn't some random hacker trying to cause chaos. These were professional security researchers doing exactly what they're supposed to do, finding vulnerabilities and reporting them through proper channels. The technical discovery they'd made was pretty concerning. Inside OnePlus's modified com.android.providers.telephony package, they found 3 specific content providers that were completely exposed. Here's what makes this technical flaw so dangerous. These content providers were exported without any declared write permission requirements. Think of it like having doors to your house that are supposed to be locked, but someone forgot to actually install the locks. Any app on your device could walk right through these doors and access your SMS data. The vulnerability completely bypassed Android's normal read SMS permission system. Rapid7 requested communication for vulnerability disclosure, following all the standard protocols that responsible security researchers use. This marked the beginning of what would become a 4-month communication failure. May 6, 2025. Rapid7 sent a follow-up email to OneSRC. No response from OnePlus. Radio silence. You'd think that would be the end of it, but Rapid7 wasn't giving up that easily. By July, they were trying different approaches. On July 2nd, they reached out to OnePlus support directly. This time, something different happened. July 3rd, 2025, OnePlus support actually responded. They said they would raise Rapid7's request internally. Finally, some acknowledgement. Someone was listening. But while OnePlus was apparently raising requests internally, Rapid7 kept digging deeper into the technical exploitation. What they found was pretty troubling. The vulnerability allowed for blind SQL injection attacks against those exposed content providers. Think of it like being able to ask yes or no questions to your phone's message database and getting answers back. The 3 specific content URIs they could target were like different doorways into your messaging system. Each one gave access to different types of sensitive information stored in your text messages. July 10, 2025. Rapid7 sent a follow-up to OnePlus support asking about the status of that internally raised request. You probably already know where this is going. No response. Complete silence again. That response on July 3rd was starting to look like an empty promise. OnePlus support said they'd raise the request internally, but then nothing. No updates, no timeline, no acknowledgement that anything was actually happening behind the scenes. July 22, 2025, Rapid7 sent a message to the OneSRC account requesting communication for vulnerability disclosure. These professional security researchers had reached the point where they were sliding into DMs on social media just to get someone at OnePlus to acknowledge a critical vulnerability. That's the kind of desperation you reach when every formal channel has failed you. Email to security teams? Nothing. Support tickets? Empty promises. August 16, 2025, they reached out to Oppo's CNA representative. The Oppo representative told them they'd need to sign restrictive NDA terms just to participate in the disclosure process. Meanwhile, that blind SQL injection vulnerability was still sitting there, completely exploitable. Rapid7 had tried email, support tickets, social media, and even the parent company's official vulnerability coordinators. The vulnerability remained unaddressed while affecting users worldwide. 7 total communication attempts over 4 months failed to elicit any substantive response from OnePlus. While OnePlus stayed silent, Rapid7 kept testing the vulnerability on actual devices. They confirmed the flaw existed on OnePlus 8T devices running model KB2003 and OnePlus 10 Pro 5G devices running model NE2213. Each package version represented millions of devices carrying the same security flaw that OnePlus refused to acknowledge through proper channels. Remember those restrictive NDA terms that Oppo's representative wanted Rapid7 to sign? Meanwhile, millions of OnePlus users were walking around with devices that could have their text messages silently accessed by any installed app. September 23, 2025, Rapid7 officially considers OnePlus a non-responsive vendor. September 23, 2025, Rapid7 publicly discloses CVE 2025-10184 via their disclosure blog post. After 4 months of vendor silence, they'd reached the point where public pressure was the only option left. Rapid7 went full transparency. They published complete technical analysis showing exactly how the vulnerability worked. They included a working proof of concept exploit that demonstrated the SMS access flaw in action. When responsible disclosure fails completely, researchers have to make everything public just to get vendors to pay attention. Rapid7 had to publish the exact methods that malicious apps could use to access your text messages, because that was apparently the only way to get OnePlus to acknowledge the problem existed. That's the level of public disclosure that vendor non-responsiveness forced them into. September 24, 2025, OnePlus acknowledges the disclosure immediately after Rapid7's public release. One day, after 4 months of complete silence through proper channels, it took exactly 1 day of public attention for OnePlus to suddenly find their voice. Bleeping Computer picked up the story, amplifying the disclosure to a broader cybersecurity audience. But here's the concerning part. Acknowledging the problem didn't mean solving it. No technical fix remains available for affected users. The mitigation options are pretty limited. OnePlus' response came only after public pressure, not responsible disclosure. With no patch released as of September 25, 2025, that response gap represents a systemic failure in how vulnerability disclosure actually works. I want to show you something that'll change how you think about websites. You know how WordPress powers nearly half of all websites out there? 43.6% to be exact. That's why it's a massive target. Attackers hit about 90,000 WordPress sites every single day. A cybersecurity researcher was cleaning up another infection when he found something that didn't make sense. The usual spam posts were there: Viagra ads, Cialis promotions, online casino garbage, essay writing services. But then he spotted something weird. Mixed in with all the casino spam was a promotion for Farming Simulator 17. Now, That game came out back in October 2016. By the time this was discovered, there were newer versions available. Way newer. Why would spammers be pushing an 8-year-old farming game alongside casino ads? What came next revealed just how deep this rabbit hole went. Ben Martin, the person who discovered it, instantly knew something was off. He'd cleaned up hundreds of WordPress infections, but this one felt different. He opened his terminal and ran a simple database query. I'm showing it to you on the screen here. The results made him pause. Dozens of posts appeared. Casino ads, gambling promotions, all sitting right there in the WordPress posts table where WordPress stores every piece of content. But here's the thing. When he searched for casino in the WordPress admin panel, he got truncated results. Not the usual no pages found message you'd expect. Just cut off. Incomplete results. These posts existed in the database. Search engines were indexing them, but somehow they were invisible to the site administrator. Martin started pulling post IDs from the database results. Then he manually constructed URLs. He built each URL to take him directly to a spam post. Posts that should have been visible in the admin panel, but weren't. He kept digging deeper into the database. More queries, more hidden posts. The scope was staggering. Potentially tens of thousands of spam posts, all hidden from the people who owned these websites. Someone had figured out how to make content invisible to administrators while keeping it perfectly visible to search engines. That's when Martin realized he wasn't dealing with typical spam. This was something much more sophisticated. Martin knew the posts were being hidden somehow. He just had to figure out how. He started looking at the plugins. Every WordPress infection he'd seen involved malicious plugins. They were the perfect hiding spot. He scrolled through the plugin list in WordPress admin. Nothing looked suspicious at first glance. Then he noticed something odd. The plugin count didn't match what he was seeing. Martin opened the browser's developer tools and inspected the page source. Right there in the HTML, he found 2 plugins that weren't showing up in the admin interface. Yoast SEO Links and Performance Labs. Both names were clever. Yoast is one of the most trusted SEO plugins in WordPress. Performance Labs sounds like something Google would release. Martin dug into the code. The plugins were using a simple CSS trick. Display none applied to their rows in the plugin table. Basic web styling that made them invisible to administrators. He tried to deactivate them. Fatal error. The plugins crashed the site when he attempted deactivation, and there was no delete option available. They'd made themselves nearly impossible to remove through normal channels. This wasn't just about hiding spam posts anymore. The attackers had built a persistent backdoor into WordPress itself. They were exploiting the one thing every WordPress site owner trusts: plugins. Martin realized this attack could work on millions of sites. WordPress users install plugins without question. Everyone does. Martin opened the Yoast SEO Links plugin file. Time to see what was really inside. He scrolled through lines of code until something caught his eye. A function that listened for post requests. Specifically, requests containing a parameter called admin_login. Martin's pulse quickened. This wasn't spam functionality. This was something much worse. He traced the code path. When the plugin received that post request, it did something incredible. It automatically logged the attacker in as the first administrator account. No password required. No two-factor authentication. No security questions. Just send the right post request, and you're in. Martin tested it. He crafted a simple post request to the site with the admin_login parameter. Within seconds, he had full administrative access to the WordPress dashboard. The implications hit him immediately. This wasn't just about one infected site. The attackers had created a weapon that worked on every site where they'd installed this plugin, and they were using it at scale. Martin pulled up his threat intelligence feeds. WordPress faces over 90,000 attacks daily. Most are automated bots trying to brute force WordPress admin panels. But these attackers had moved beyond brute force. They were installing persistent backdoors. Once they got in through traditional methods, they planted these fake plugins. Then they could return anytime they wanted. No more password guessing. No more failed login attempts triggering security alerts. Just silent, invisible access whenever they needed it. The spam posts were just the beginning. As you'll soon see, these backdoors turned every infected site into a permanent asset for cybercriminals. Martin stared at the Performance Labs plugin code. Something wasn't adding up. He'd found thousands of hidden spam posts. He'd discovered the backdoor access. But how were the attackers controlling which posts stayed hidden? There had to be a control panel somewhere. Martin started typing URLs manually. He tried every variation he could think of: plugin settings, pages, admin options, configuration panels. Then he hit it. I'm showing you the URL on the screen here. His screen loaded a page that shouldn't exist. A clean, professional-looking interface with the title, Hidden Posts Management. This was the moment you've been waiting for. This was the hacker's command center. The interface was simple, but powerful. A list of post IDs with checkboxes next to each one. At the top, a search box labeled Enter Post IDs to hide. Below that, a drop-down menu with options like Hide from Admin Panel and Keep Search Engine Visible. The beauty of it was terrifying. The attackers could hide thousands of spam posts with just a few clicks. They could toggle visibility on and off at will. Martin scrolled through the JavaScript code embedded in the page. Every time someone tried to access the WordPress admin panel normally, the script ran a check. If the URL didn't contain the exact parameter page equals hide_pages_posts, the hidden post stayed invisible. But search engines crawling the front end of the site? They saw everything. The attackers had weaponized basic web stuff: CSS display properties, JavaScript visibility controls, URL parameters that only they knew about. Martin leaned back in his chair. He'd investigated thousands of cyber attacks over the years, but this was the one he was waiting for. The attackers weren't using zero-day exploits or advanced persistent threats. They were using techniques any web developer could understand, but they'd combined them in a way that made detection nearly impossible, unless you knew exactly where to look. Meanwhile, the attackers were profiting on multiple levels. They embedded affiliate links in the hidden spam posts. Every click on casino or pharmaceutical promotions generated commission. They also sold traffic redirection services to other scammers. Black hat SEO at scale. Martin traced the revenue streams. The attackers were pulling in thousands monthly from their hidden spam network. They'd turned legitimate business websites into profit centers without the owners knowing. The reputation damage was often worse than the financial hit. Search engines don't just penalize individual pages. They can tank entire domains. Years of SEO work destroyed by spam content that business owners couldn't even see. Here is what you need to know if you're interested in the security side of things. First priority, IP restrictions for WordPress admin access. Lock down the admin panel to specific IP addresses only, no exceptions. IP restrictions are a game changer for WordPress security. Secondly, deploy security plugins that actually scan for malware, not the basic ones, the ones that check file integrity and monitor database changes. Thirdly, limit login attempts. WordPress doesn't do this by default. Install a plugin that blocks repeated failed logins. The scariest part? Tomorrow there'll be another variant, another hiding technique, a new exploit. Assume you're already compromised. Verify everything. Simple solutions can stop crazy attacks like the ones I've shown you today. That's the paradox of cybersecurity. Complex problems, simple fixes, if you implement them before it's too late. In June 2024, Europol tipped off the RCMP after identifying TradeOgre's illegal operations as an unregistered money services business. Think about this. How does a money laundering operation hide in plain sight on Canadian servers? TradeOgre operated illegally by failing to register with FinTrack as a money services business, creating an untraceable money laundering pipeline with no KYC requirements. No customer verification means anyone could move money without leaving a paper trail. The platform facilitated global trading of 200-plus currencies without client verification, with servers hosted in Beauharnois, Quebec, enabling worldwide criminal access. The RCMP Money Laundering Investigative Team initiated their probe following the international tip from Europol, targeting the platform's specialized focus on privacy coins like Monero. TradeOgre attracted cybercriminals seeking anonymous transaction capabilities through its deliberate regulatory non-compliance. Users ranging from cryptocurrency miners to money launderers had $100 to $25,000 at risk as criminal activity escalated through the platform. The Lazarus Group laundered $238,973 from the Bybit hack through TradeOgre. Jean-Diel Serrano deposited $29 million believing the funds were clean and successfully laundered. Meanwhile, the platform was falling apart. Hot wallet addresses were being tracked. Users started experiencing 15-minute delays for LTC transactions and constant Cloudflare 522.403 errors. Reddit user Dismal Register 6501 warned others, "Your best hope is to pray that they didn't get seized or exit scam." One user reported nearly depositing $2,000, but testing with only $100 first. Smart move. Multiple phishing sites emerged, exploiting the chaos. Hot wallet monitoring showed funds remained untouched despite a past 12-day downtime in 2023. Users were trapped between hoping the platform would recover and knowing that every day increased the risk of losing everything. TradeOgre abruptly went offline in July 2025 with zero operator communication, leaving users with complete loss of access to their trading capital. Panic spread across Reddit's Monero support and Bitcoin Talk forums as users frantically monitored hot wallets fearing a massive exit scam. Complete server shutdown rendered wallet monitoring tools ineffective, leaving users unable to track their assets. Users reported losses on forums, while community speculation oscillated between exit scam versus government seizure scenarios. Individual losses ranged from $100 to $25,000 in various cryptocurrencies, with no alternatives provided for fund recovery or platform access. The complete absence of operator communication left users in total uncertainty about their financial fate. On September 18, 2025, the RCMP seized $56 million CAD in cryptocurrency, marking Canada's largest crypto asset seizure. That number puts everything in perspective. We're not talking about a small-time operation that got out of hand. This was massive. The seizure permanently eliminated user access, with most funds believed to originate from criminal activities, tainting legitimate user assets. Think about what that means for regular users who thought they were just trading crypto. Their clean money got mixed with criminal proceeds, and now it's all gone forever. Here's where it gets personal. Dust transactions were sent with assets controlled by the RCMP messages to user wallets, with funds transferred to law enforcement wallets. Imagine checking your wallet and seeing a message from the Canadian police telling you they now control your money. That's exactly what happened. RCMP investigators stated, investigators have reason to believe that the majority of funds transacted on TradeOgre came from criminal sources. That's the official justification for keeping everyone's money. Legitimate users got caught in a criminal dragnet they never knew existed. KY Snot Demi marked TradeOgre as a scam pending clarification while transaction data analysis was initiated for building criminal cases against users. The platform was officially dead, but the investigation was just beginning. Users went from hoping for recovery to potentially facing criminal charges themselves. Users must navigate the complex Canadian court system for potential fund recovery, with RCMP contact numbers provided: 514-939-8410 or 1-800-771-5401. But there's no recovery guarantee. International users face costly phone calls with uncertain outcomes, making expensive international calls seeking refunds they'll never receive. Meanwhile, the Globe and Mail reported that TradeOgre was operated by a deceased U.S. man, eliminating any possibility of accountability. Taylor Monahan demanded, "Very much looking forward to seeing the evidence, and for you to provide recourse to all innocent parties you stole money from without notification and without due process." Even stablecoins like USDT and USDC weren't blacklisted, but permanent asset seizure affected all cryptocurrencies on the platform anyway. With no arrests announced, the criminal network remained intact, while public backlash condemned the state theft from innocent parties without due process. Over 2,100 critical enterprise systems sit exposed right now. NetScaler appliances. You probably don't know what they are, but you use them every day. These devices control access to corporate networks. They're digital gatekeepers for Fortune 500 companies and government systems. When you log into your bank's website or access your company's VPN, you're probably going through a NetScaler. CVE 2025-5777 just dropped. Security researchers are calling it Citrix Bleed 2.0. The original Citrix Bleed was bad enough. This one's worse. The CVSS score hits 9.3 out of 10. That's critical territory. An attacker can bypass authentication completely. No passwords needed. No multi-factor authentication required. They just walk right in. We're talking about the same infrastructure that powers corporate America. The same systems that handle your financial data, your medical records, your government services. 2,100 systems remain vulnerable to this new attack vector. August 2023, CVE 2023-4966 surfaces as a zero-day in NetScaler systems. Security researchers start calling it Citrix Bleed. The attack bypasses every security control you think protects you. You log into your corporate network. You enter your username and password. You complete your multi-factor authentication. You're secure, right? Wrong. The attacker intercepts your session cookie after you've already authenticated. They don't need your password. They don't need your phone for MFA. They have your authenticated session. They're you now. 10,400 servers became targets worldwide. The exploitation had just spread across continents. 3,133 vulnerable systems in the United States, 1,228 in Germany, 733 in China. Zero-day means no one knew it existed until attackers were already inside networks. No patches available, no defenses ready, just exploitation in the wild. The session hijacking technique made traditional security, well, basically worthless. Companies spent millions on multi-factor authentication, and yet attackers just walked around it completely. Lockbit ransomware affiliates moved fast. They turned that session hijacking technique into a corporate hunting ground. ICBC got hit first, Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. The US Treasury confirmed the breach. When the Treasury Department validates a cyber attack, you know it's serious. DP World followed. They run ports across 6 continents. Allen and Overy, the global law firm. Boeing, the aerospace giant. These weren't random targets picked from a list. The attackers brought a full toolkit. Mimikatz for credential dumping, Free Fire for persistence, remote access tools for long-term control. They weren't just stealing session cookies anymore. This was honestly strategic infrastructure targeting. Financial systems, shipping networks, legal firms handling sensitive deals, defense contractors. Each victim represented a different piece of the global economy. The post-exploitation phase showed real planning. Attackers established persistent access, harvested credentials from domain controllers, and mapped out internal networks. They turned a simple session hijack into full network compromise. Boeing systems got breached through their NetScaler gateway, a defense contractor's network, accessed through a vulnerability in their remote access infrastructure. June 17th, 2025. Citrix drops a security bulletin that just makes your stomach sink. New vulnerabilities discovered in NetScaler appliances, the same systems that Lockbit had been hunting, the same infrastructure that Boeing and ICBC learned about the hard way. The technical details tell the story. An out-of-bounds read vulnerability. Sounds boring until you understand what it does. Memory corruption that lets an attacker read data outside the intended boundaries. Authentication gets bypassed completely. Here's the nightmare scenario. Those organizations that never patched the original Citrix Bleed, they're still running vulnerable systems. Now they've got two critical vulnerabilities in the same appliance. Shadow Server starts scanning immediately. Their researchers want to know how many systems remain exposed. The numbers climb past initial estimates. This isn't just another vulnerability. It's a vulnerability in systems that already proved they don't get patched quickly. The same NetScaler appliances that attackers successfully exploited before. Corporate security teams face a brutal reality. Patch management for critical infrastructure. Honestly, it just takes time. There are change control processes, testing windows, maintenance schedules. It's a lot to juggle. While they plan their patches, the attack window stays open. The vulnerability affects authentication mechanisms directly. There's no need for secondary exploitation here. No complex attack chains either. It's just direct access through compromised authentication. June 27th, 2025. ReliaQuest drops a bombshell report. Active exploitation detected. This isn't theoretical. It's not just a proof of concept. We're talking about real attacks happening right now against those NetScaler systems. Their evidence gets specific. Hijacked Citrix web sessions are appearing across multiple IP addresses. The same authenticated session token is showing up from completely different locations. That's just not normal user behavior. LDAP. Queries start firing from compromised sessions. Attackers are probing Active Directory structures, mapping out domain controllers and harvesting user account information. Classic reconnaissance patterns, really. The attack infrastructure reveals itself. VPN providers, like DataCamp, are masking the real source addresses. We're seeing professional-grade operational security. These aren't script kiddies just testing exploits. Session reuse patterns emerge from the data. One stolen session token gets leveraged across multiple systems. Attackers are jumping from the initial NetScaler compromise into internal corporate networks. All of this on the same day. Citrix issues a categorical denial. No evidence of active exploitation exists, they claim. Their security team found no indicators of compromise, no validated reports of attacks in the wild. But ReliaQuest doubles down. They publish technical indicators, specific IP address ranges, LDAP, query signatures, session token manipulation patterns. It's the kind of evidence you can actually search for in your own logs. Active Directory reconnaissance shows attackers querying for privileged accounts, domain administrator groups, and service accounts with elevated permissions. They're not just inside the network. They're mapping it for permanent access. The technical evidence points to coordinated campaigns, multiple victim organizations, similar attack patterns across different targets. June 30th, 2025. Shadow Server cuts through the noise. Their scanning infrastructure doesn't care about corporate statements or security vendor disputes. They scan. They count. They report facts. The numbers climb past initial estimates. Researchers originally identified around 1,200 vulnerable appliances. Shadow Server's comprehensive sweep reveals the real scope extends beyond that baseline. 3 days of public argument between ReliaQuest and Citrix. 3 days of security teams trying to figure out who to believe. 3 days of those same NetScaler systems sitting exposed while the experts debated. The vulnerable appliances stayed online through the entire controversy. No emergency patches deployed. No mass shutdowns of critical infrastructure. The systems that needed protection remained accessible to anyone with knowledge of the vulnerability. Corporate patching moves slow for good reasons. NetScaler appliances handle authentication for entire organizations. You can't just reboot them during business hours. Change control boards need approval. Testing environments require validation. Maintenance windows get scheduled weeks in advance. Critical infrastructure demands uptime. A NetScaler outage locks employees out of corporate networks. VPN access disappears. Remote workers can't connect. Customer-facing applications go dark. Risk management calculations get complex. Known vulnerability versus guaranteed downtime. Potential compromise versus certain business impact. Security teams balance threats they might face against disruption they definitely will cause. Shadow Server's data shows the mathematical reality. While vendors and researchers argued about exploitation evidence, the attack surface remained constant. The attack methodology reveals something new. Traditional session hijacking requires proximity or network access. These attackers operated from VPN endpoints across multiple countries while maintaining persistent access to corporate authentication systems. They weren't just stealing sessions, they were reusing valid authentication tokens across entirely different network segments, a financial services login token appearing on a manufacturing network. The same credentials accessing healthcare systems from overseas IP addresses. This represents an evolution beyond simple credential theft. The attackers built authentication persistence into compromised NetScaler appliances. Instead of stealing passwords that expire or change, they compromised the authentication mechanism itself. The LDAP reconnaissance patterns show systematic intelligence gathering, queries for domain administrator groups followed by service account enumeration, privileged access mapping before any data extraction. This is pre-positioning for long-term access. Organizations can detect these patterns in their authentication logs. Look for valid session tokens appearing from geographically impossible locations within minutes of legitimate use. Search for LDAP queries targeting administrative groups from recently authenticated external sessions. The session reuse signatures are detectable. Same authentication token accessing multiple internal resources from external IP addresses. Valid NetScaler sessions initiating connections to internal domain controllers. Authentication bypass through memory corruption leaves forensic evidence. Session tokens with unusual formatting. Authentication success events without corresponding credential validation logs. These indicators exist in your logs right now if you're compromised. Across Germany, 211 solar farms are quietly converting sunlight into electricity for millions of homes. Japan has 22 more, and the US has another 15. These aren't just panels on rooftops. We're talking about massive installations that feed power straight into the grid. Each one has a brain, what's called a Medio Control Web Log Controller. These devices manage everything from power output to system diagnostics. In May 2016, security researcher Karin Ganeshan made a discovery that should terrify you. He found what I call the 3-click vulnerability. 3 clicks from any web browser. That's all it takes to potentially shut down a solar farm. The controllers protecting billions in infrastructure? They're secured by a default password, IST02. Ganeshan identified 3 critical flaws. CVE 2016 229. 6 CVE 2016 2297 and CVE 2016 2298. These aren't obscure technical issues. They're gaping holes in systems that keep your lights on. As of July 21st, 2025, researchers found 822 of these controllers exposed to the internet globally. Anyone with basic computer skills can find them. Anyone can try that default password. Your morning coffee depends on the grid. So does your phone charger, your air conditioning, everything. Ganeshan didn't stumble onto this by accident. He'd been tracking these controllers since December 2015, when he first reported his concerns to ICS CERT. 5 months later, on May 15, 2016, he published his full findings on seclists.org. The CVSS scores told the whole story. The first vulnerability scored 9.4 out of 10. Critical. Second one also hit a 9.4. But the last one, that one maxed out at 9.8. Nearly perfect for an attacker. Here's what made these flaws so dangerous. CVE 2016-2298. Exposed admin passwords in clear text. Right there on the web pages. You didn't need to crack anything. The passwords just sat there, visible to anyone who knew where to look. CVE 2016-2297 was even worse. It gave attackers access to a hidden command shell without any authentication whatsoever. No passwords, no usernames. Just direct system access through a backdoor that most administrators didn't even know existed. And CVE 2016-2296 let attackers bypass authentication entirely on certain pages. They could access restricted areas of the interface as if they were legitimate users. Ganeshan put it bluntly in his research. There is no security. It is a free play. He wasn't being dramatic. These weren't minor configuration issues. Every layer of protection these systems were supposed to have was either broken or non-existent. The Meteo control weblog models affected included Basic 100, Lite, Pro, and Pro Unlimited. Essentially, every variant of their controller lineup was vulnerable. Meteo control moved fast. 2 days before Ganeshan published his findings, they released patches on May 13, 2016. They also recommended firewall configurations to block external access. Problem solved, right? Not exactly. The company announced that these devices would reach end-of-life support by September 9, 2016. 4 months after the patches dropped, official support ended. But the vulnerable systems stayed online. By August 23, 2018, CISA issued an advisory warning that the risks persisted despite available fixes. 2 years after patches existed, the same vulnerabilities were still out there. Same controllers, same default passwords, same 3-click access. Japan became a particular concern. In 2022, warnings went directly to JP-Cert about 15 exposed solar farms at Shizen Energy Inc. These weren't legacy systems forgotten in some back office. These were active installations generating power for the grid. The problem got worse when researchers realized the vulnerabilities affected supply chain clones too. Devices like Powodor Pro Log X, L, and Aurora Easy Control Basic used the same underlying code. Different brand names, but the same security holes. Current Japanese exposure sits at 79,729.2 kilowatt-hour daily. That's enough power for 6,128 households. Every single day. Here's what frustrated security researchers. Most patches existed since 2016. Firewall recommendations were clear. The fixes weren't complex or expensive to implement. Yet, year after year, the same warnings kept coming. Different agencies, different countries. Same unpatched systems sitting on the internet. The gap between knowing how to fix something and actually fixing it was growing wider. Deep Spectre Research wanted hard numbers. On July 21, 2025, they fired up Census.io and Zoom.ai to scan the entire internet. What they found painted a terrifying picture. The European Union alone had over 500 exposed controllers. The UK contributed 10 more. Australia had one, Russia showed 2, and even China had one sitting on the open internet. But here's what makes this truly dangerous. These researchers identified something called Device Number 5. It's the critical bridge between the internet and the physical Modbus controls that actually run the solar farm equipment. Device Number 5 sits right at the intersection. One side talks to the web interface you can access from anywhere, while the other side sends commands directly to the hardware that controls power generation. It's, honestly, the perfect attack vector. The firmware update process is where things get really bad. There's no encryption, no authentication. Updates are just zip files that get pushed to the controllers. When an update arrives, the update PCU firmware function starts immediately unless it's specifically disabled. Most installations leave it enabled. Why wouldn't they? Updates are supposed to be good things. Attackers don't need to break sophisticated encryption or bypass complex security measures. They just need to send a zip file to the right endpoint. The controller accepts it and runs whatever code is inside. Once they're in, attackers can alter generation set points. They can tell a solar farm to produce more power than it should. Or less. Or none at all. They can push rogue firmware that gives them permanent access. The original administrators might never know their systems are compromised. Remember those geographic numbers? Every single one of those exposed controllers has device number 5. Every single one accepts firmware updates through that same vulnerable process. The attack path is simple. Internet to device number 5 to physical control systems. Just 3 steps from your web browser to shutting down a power plant. April 28th, 2025. Spain woke up to darkness. Not everywhere, not all at once, but enough solar farms went offline simultaneously to trigger a cascade failure across the grid. Factories shut down mid-production. Hospitals switched to backup power. Traffic lights went dark in major intersections. The economic damage hit 1.6 billion euros nationwide. Every idle factory shift cost $18 million. Assembly lines that took hours to restart. Supply chains that wouldn't recover for weeks. But Spain was just the proof of concept. The real nightmare scenario involves those 822 exposed hosts worldwide. Attackers can automate the entire process. Write a simple script that visits each controller, extracts passwords, and pushes malicious settings. Germany's 211 installations could go dark simultaneously. Japan's 22 sites could shut down during peak demand. The US installations could cascade into broader grid failures. The 3-click vulnerability scales to mass destruction. 1 script, hundreds of targets, minutes to execute. 9.5 years. That's how long these vulnerabilities have been sitting in the wild. Ganeshan first reported them back in December 2015. Here we are in July 2025, and the same controllers are still online. The fix isn't complicated. The NISC cybersecurity guidelines for critical infrastructure spell it out clearly. Network segmentation. Keep these controllers off the internet entirely. Put them behind firewalls. Create isolated networks that can't be reached from outside. But those exposed hosts are still there. Still accessible. Still running the same vulnerable code. The supply chain problem makes it worse. Every Powodor Pro Log XL and Aurora Easy Control Basic out there inherited the same flaws. Different companies, different brands, but the same security holes. Patching Medio control devices doesn't fix the clones. Here's the question that keeps me up at night. Why are these systems still exposed when fixes have existed since 2016? It's not a technical problem anymore. The patches work. Network segmentation works. Firewall rules work. Every solution has been tested and proven effective. This is an implementation problem. Someone has to actually apply the patches. Someone has to configure the firewalls. Someone has to segment the networks. Critical infrastructure security doesn't depend on whether solutions exist. It depends on whether someone bothers to use them. Those controllers are still out there, still exposed, still waiting for someone to type IS02 and see what happens next. On September 2, 2025, maintainer Gromash9 pushed a commit titled "Add GitHub Actions Security Workflow" to the FastUID Python library. Looked like standard repository maintenance. It wasn't. FastUID generates unique identifiers for Python applications. Pretty basic stuff. But that innocent security workflow was actually exfiltrating secrets through HTTP post requests to attacker-controlled servers. The commit wasn't random either. These attackers didn't just target Python. They hit JavaScript, Rust, and Go ecosystems simultaneously. This was a coordinated campaign that had been building for months. August 26th marked a major escalation. The S1 Angularity phishing operation had compromised 2,180 developer accounts across 7,200 repositories. Before that, July's PIPJ org phishing campaign targeted PyPI maintainers with fake security notices. Think about that progression. July phishing, August mass compromise, September surgical strikes on publishing infrastructure. PyPI security engineer Mike Fiedler had actually warned the community just weeks earlier. He'd noticed unusual phishing patterns targeting maintainers and predicted they were building towards something bigger. His exact words: "We're seeing the groundwork for what could become a sophisticated assault." He was right, but nobody understood how surgical this assault would actually be. The attackers analyzed each target project's legitimate CI files before striking. They weren't just spraying malicious code everywhere. They studied how each repository actually used its secrets. Think about that level of reconnaissance. For every compromised project, they crafted customized payloads that would blend into existing workflows. They hard-coded the exact secret names they found during their analysis. This wasn't automated. Someone spent time understanding each target's specific configuration. Here's the actual command they used for exfiltration. Every stolen credential got posted to their collection server through this endpoint. The attackers had built a personalized data pipeline for each of the hundreds of repositories they'd compromised. On September 5th, GitGuardian security researchers detected the malicious workflows during their routine scanning. They started connecting the dots between the seemingly unrelated commits across different projects. Same infrastructure, same methodology, same timing. GitGuardian managed to notify 573 of the 817 affected projects directly. They used GitHub's issue system to alert maintainers, creating private security advisories for each compromised repository. You have to understand, this was happening across multiple programming ecosystems simultaneously. The attackers were monitoring their infrastructure, though. By late afternoon, September 5th, they'd already started taking down their collection servers. The Buldawan domain went offline within hours of the first security notifications. That response time tells you something about their operational discipline. They weren't amateurs who panicked when discovered. They had procedures in place for when their infrastructure got burned. The campaign simultaneously compromised 817 repositories and exfiltrated 3,325 secrets in a single coordinated day. Think about that level of operational coordination. Hundreds of personalized attacks executing in perfect synchronization across multiple programming ecosystems. Those secrets belong to 327 individual GitHub account holders. Real developers who woke up to discover their publishing pipelines had been compromised while they slept. We're talking about their most sensitive credentials, the keys to their entire development workflow. The stolen credentials weren't random either. Attackers grabbed cloud service tokens, database connection strings, API keys for payment processors, and most critically, package publishing tokens. They now had the ability to push malicious code directly into the software supply chain. 9 NPM packages and 15 PyPI packages were completely exposed. The attackers possessed valid publishing tokens that could push updates to millions of downstream users. They had the keys to inject malicious code into applications running on servers worldwide. Security researchers later confirmed this represented the largest GitHub workflow compromise they'd documented to date. The scale wasn't just about numbers, it was about the surgical precision combined with massive coordination. But here's what made investigators pause. Despite having publishing access to 24 packages with millions of users, the attackers published nothing. 0 malicious packages hit the registries. As the full scope became clear, individual maintainers started taking action. They rotated compromised tokens, reverted malicious workflow changes, and began hardening their repositories against similar attacks. The community was waking up to what had just happened to their publishing infrastructure. The question wasn't just how they'd pulled off this level of coordination. It was why they'd stolen publishing capability for millions of users and then chosen not to use it. PyPI administrators moved FastUID to read-only mode within minutes of getting the security notification. That's incredibly fast response time when you consider the coordination required between security researchers, platform administrators, and individual maintainers. Gromash9 themselves removed the malicious workflow from FastUID once they regained control of their account. Think about waking up to discover your repository had been weaponized while you slept. Other maintainers across the affected projects started taking similar action, rotating tokens, reverting suspicious commits, hardening their CI configurations. PyPI took the broader step of invalidating publishing tokens for all affected packages. This meant legitimate maintainers had to re-authenticate, but it also guaranteed that any stolen tokens couldn't be used for future attacks. The platform essentially reset the security state for hundreds of projects simultaneously. But the attackers weren't done. On September 9th and 10th, they launched a second wave using the same infrastructure. About 500 more commits hit repositories across the ecosystem, this time routing exfiltration through CartAvantage.com, a different domain but resolving to that same IP address they'd used before. They also had Objective Hopper, Plesk PageReady as backup infrastructure. That second wave tells you something about their operational mindset. They'd invested in this campaign and weren't going to abandon it after one round of takedowns. Mike Fiedler later confirmed what investigators were discovering. Despite having access to publish malicious packages to millions of users, the attackers never used those credentials. He called it massive credential theft with zero exploitation. Investigators discovered attackers published 0 malicious packages despite having valid publishing tokens for 24 packages. Think about that for a second. They had the keys to push malicious code to millions of users and chose not to use them. Security teams confirmed no unauthorized uploads hit any of the affected package registries, not PyPI, not NPM, not any of the ecosystems they'd compromised. This wasn't a technical failure on their part. They had working credentials and had already demonstrated they could execute complex operations across hundreds of repositories simultaneously. Around September 15th, Mike Fiedler personally contacted each affected maintainer to confirm their token invalidation. That's the kind of thoroughness you need when dealing with supply chain security. Every single compromised token got verified as unusable, but this incident sparked something bigger than just incident response. Fiedler started recommending that maintainers adopt trusted publisher tokens instead of traditional long-lived API keys. His reasoning was simple. OIDC tokens expire in minutes rather than persisting indefinitely, making them useless to attackers who steal credentials. The community listened. Adoption of trusted publisher authentication accelerated dramatically after September. Developers realized that long-lived tokens sitting in CI environments were fundamentally vulnerable to exactly this type of surgical credential theft. PyPI updated their official security recommendations to specifically address workflow-based attacks. They now explicitly warn maintainers about the risks of storing publishing tokens in GitHub Action secrets and push users toward short-lived authentication methods. The policy change became PyPI's direct response to prevent this attack type from succeeding in the future. Sometimes the most effective attacks are the ones that force architectural improvements rather than causing immediate damage. February 21st, 2025. Bybit's security team stared at their screens in disbelief. $1.5 billion had just vanished. Gone during what should have been a routine transfer from cold storage to hot wallets. The theft happened in Ether, but the shockwaves hit everything. Bitcoin dropped 20% within hours. What you're seeing here is the largest crypto theft in history. Not by a little, by a lot. Here's why this matters to you. If you've got crypto sitting on any exchange right now, you need to understand what happened here. Bybit serves millions of users worldwide. They weren't some small-time operation running loose security. This was different. The attackers didn't break down the front door. They didn't exploit some obvious vulnerability that lazy security teams missed. They did something else entirely. What you're about to hear changes how we think about crypto security. It changes how exchanges protect your money. And it definitely changes how careful you need to be about where you store your coins. The theft itself was just the beginning. Here's what really happened at Bybit. This wasn't an exchange hack at all. The attackers never touched Bybit's systems. They went after something else entirely. Something Bybit trusted completely. Safe Wallet, the multi-sig platform that Bybit used to secure their funds. You know, that extra layer of protection that's supposed to make theft impossible, with multiple signatures required and multiple approvals needed. The hackers found a developer working on Safe Wallet and got into his machine. We don't know exactly how, but once they were in, they had what they needed. They wrote malicious JavaScript code and injected it right into the Safe Wallet interface. The code was elegant, simple, and deadly. When Bybit's team initiated that routine transfer, everything looked normal on their screens. The transaction interface showed exactly what they expected to see. All the right wallet addresses, all the correct amounts. But underneath, the JavaScript was rewriting everything in real time, redirecting those funds to addresses the attackers controlled. The Bybit team was literally watching their money flow to thieves while thinking they were moving it to their own hot wallets. Multiple security layers, multiple signature requirements, multiple human checks. All of them bypassed because the attack happened upstream, in the infrastructure itself. The attackers never had to break Bybit's security. They just made Bybit's own security systems work for them instead. 6 days later, the FBI made it official. February 27th, the statement hit like a sledgehammer. Lazarus Group was behind the Bybit theft. You've probably heard whispers about these guys. North Korean hackers, state-sponsored. But now we had confirmation from the feds themselves. The FBI had been tracking the money, and they'd identified 51 specific Ethereum addresses tied to the laundering operation. Not a handful, not a few dozen. 51 separate addresses working in coordination. Here's what the attackers did with your money. They moved fast, really fast. First, they converted chunks of the stolen Ether to Bitcoin. Then they spread everything across thousands of addresses on multiple blockchains. We're talking about a massive dispersal operation happening in real time. The FBI put out a warning that should make every crypto holder nervous. They called the attackers traitor actors. Here's exactly what they said. Traitor actors are proceeding rapidly and have converted some of the stolen assets to Bitcoin and other virtual assets dispersed across thousands of addresses on multiple blockchains. It is expected these assets will be further laundered and eventually converted to fiat currency. Thousands of addresses, multiple blockchains, all happening while investigators were still figuring out what hit them. This wasn't some amateur crew trying to cash out quickly. This was a systematic laundering operation with infrastructure already in place. The FBI was watching it happen in real time, and they were telling us it was just getting started. May 8th, 3 months after Bybit, the attackers struck again. Bito Pro wasn't some tiny exchange you've never heard of. 800,000 users with $30 million in daily trading volume. Based in Taiwan with solid security protocols. None of it mattered. The hackers didn't go after Bito Pro's systems directly. They went after a person instead. A cloud operations employee working the night shift. We don't know exactly what the social engineering looked like. Maybe a fake IT support call. Maybe a phishing email that looked legitimate. But somehow, they convinced this employee to let them in. Once they had access, they moved methodically. They implanted malware on the employee's machine, hijacked AWS authentication tokens, and even bypassed multi-factor authentication using a command and control server that fed the right responses back to Bito Pro's systems. The timing was perfect, almost surgical. The malicious script activated at exactly 1 a.m. Taiwan time on May 9th, right in the middle of a scheduled system upgrade. All that suspicious network activity looked like normal maintenance operations. $11 million vanished across 4 different blockchains: Ethereum, Tron, Solana, and Polygon. The attackers knew exactly where Bito Pro kept their hot wallet reserves and how to drain them efficiently. Bito Pro's security team was watching their monitoring dashboards during the upgrade. Everything looked routine. system resources spiking during the maintenance window, network traffic patterns that matched their upgrade procedures. They had no idea their infrastructure was being looted in real time. The employee who got targeted probably never realized what happened. From their perspective, they'd just helped with some routine technical support. Then ZachXBT dropped the bombshell that changed everything. This blockchain investigator had been quietly tracking transactions for months, following the money across chains, mapping wallet connections, and looking for patterns that others missed. On his Twitter, he laid it out in black and white. Lazarus Group just connected the Bybit hack to the Femex hack directly on-chain, commingling funds from the initial theft address for both incidents. He had the receipts. A specific Ethereum address, which I'm showing you here on screen. Funds from both attacks were flowing through the same wallet. No speculation, no theory, just hard blockchain evidence linking the thefts directly. But that was just the beginning. ZachXBT's discovery opened the floodgates. Other researchers started connecting more dots. Blockchain analysis firm Elliptic stepped forward with numbers that should terrify every crypto holder. $6 billion. That's how much Lazarus has stolen since 2017. Not 6 million. Not 600 million, but $6 billion across multiple exchanges over 8 years. The pattern became impossible to ignore. Femex had been hit. BingX got drained. Poloniex lost funds. Each time, investigators found the same wallet signatures, the same laundering techniques, the same methodical approach to moving stolen crypto. This wasn't a series of random attacks by different groups. This was one organization running a systematic campaign against crypto exchanges worldwide. They had playbooks, infrastructure, and years of experience stealing from platforms just like the ones you probably use. Every exchange hack you'd heard about in recent years suddenly looked different. What seemed like isolated incidents were actually coordinated strikes by the same adversary. ZachXBT had proven something that law enforcement suspected but couldn't demonstrate. The blockchain doesn't lie. When you move stolen funds through the same addresses, you leave permanent evidence of coordination. The Bybit theft wasn't a one-off. It was part of the largest cryptocurrency theft operation in history. And, they were still actively hunting their next target. Here's where those stolen billions actually go. North Korea's ballistic missile program, their nuclear weapons development. The United States Treasury confirmed it, and Elliptic's analysis backed it up. Your crypto losses fund weapons that threaten global security. Bybit fought back hard. They put up a $2.18 million bounty program, and 11 hunters got paid, including ZachXBT. CEO Ben Zhou told customers directly, Bybit has already fully closed the ETH gap. A new audited proof of reserves report will be published very soon to show that Bybit is again back to 100% one-to-one on client assets through Merkle Tree. Beto Pro took a different approach. They shut down their entire hot wallet system immediately, rotated every cryptographic key, isolated and rebuilt affected systems from scratch, and brought in external cybersecurity experts to audit everything. Beto Pro's warning hit the entire industry. This security incident once again highlights the continuous evolution of cyber attack methodologies. We urge the industry to heighten vigilance. The money kept moving. Investigators tracked funds flowing through decentralized exchanges like Tornado Cash, Thor Chain, and Wasabi Wallet. Each hop made recovery harder, but the blockchain never forgets. Every transaction leaves permanent evidence of where the money went. The tracking never stopped. Right now, investigators are watching specific addresses move funds through mixing services. They're analyzing transaction patterns, timing sequences, and gas fee behaviors that reveal automated scripts. Forensic teams use clustering algorithms to link seemingly random wallet addresses. They track the unique fingerprints that mixing services leave behind. Even when funds go through Tornado Cash or get swapped on Thor Chain, the blockchain preserves evidence of the original source. Supply chain verification became standard practice overnight. Exchanges now audit every piece of third-party software, implementing code signing requirements, developer background checks, and multi-party code reviews before any wallet infrastructure updates go live. Employee training protocols evolve too, with social engineering simulations, multi-factor authentication, bypass awareness, and authentication procedures that can't be overridden by a single, convincing phone call. Beto Pro wrapped their investigation on June 11th. They handed everything over to forensic analysis units, sent criminal referrals to prosecutors, and compiled a technical evidence package that included server logs, malware samples, and complete network traffic captures from the attack. Blockchain transparency cuts both ways. The same immutable ledger that makes theft permanent also makes tracking possible. Every hop through a mixer, every conversion between currencies, every attempt to obscure the trail leaves permanent evidence. The stolen funds are still moving. Investigators are still watching. And the next exchange hack is probably already being planned. Your crypto security depends on understanding this never ends.